really like they're putting all their games on here. They're really trying to make it like an actual launcher. In the game. Like, look at this. They have Vanguard, Warzone, Cold War, and Modern Warfare. I own Modern Warfare. I don't have it downloaded, but it's like, I don't want this. Okay. I guess. Yeah, I don't. You don't need to tell me about how to be social. Are you kidding me? Okay. What the heck? Nobody's played this game. Oh, this person's played this game. Prestige 7? Wow. Talk about playing. Who is that on my friends list? Last online 10 months ago. Yeah, they have 500 hours in Modern Warfare, 400 in Cold War, and 150 in Vanguard. I don't know what's going on.
Capture the bases and win the arms race.
I guess we'll go to D. Not on the roof. Blocked by who?
The base is ours.
Whoa, my sensitivity is a bit high. Not while aiming down sights, but... God, that haptic feedback is disgusting. The heck? Why do I have money in the bottom left? So weird. Is this really just capture the flag? Or not capture the flag, There's no way you get in here, is there? Oh, I thought that was an enemy.
Supply box here. Got the supply.
I don't have to put in the armor plates. Okie dokie. Well. What a weird game. They're trying to take the concepts of Warzone and put it in oh, okay. And they're trying to put it in. Wow. They're trying to put it in like a normal. Kind of game here. Or normal Call of Duty style. It's bizarre.
Enemies are capturing the crate. They're retrieving the crate. Kill the carrier.
They're what? What are they doing?
Taking the crate up for grab.
Got another one. Okay, good.
Retrieving the nebula crate. Kill the carrier.
Throw it that way. I can't see them. Got him.
Our base is about to be destroyed.
Hey, no shit, they got that nuke or whatever. None of my... I had like one teammate helping me with that, even though a global announcement went out for it. This game mode seems very one-sided based off of who actually knows what they're doing. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I can air deploy. Okay, I'm going to C then.
Hit their base where it hurts.
Gee, their base where it hurts, huh? Ah, shit. Come on. Air deploy. Come on.
We took the base.
There we go. I just like killing people. Got them. I took that guy's kill. A sniper rifle would do me wonders in this map. Got him. So what, do I get money and then... Oh, there are tanks in this game? That's cool.
Friendly Friendly, sending a glide bomb.
Are you kidding? Okay.
Nebula is in the zone. Glide bomber assist coming in. Get that nebula crate. Only one base remains. This is it. Taking the crate.
Okay. What do I do with this? Is that a friendly or no? That's not. There we go.
Crate's underground.
No, I killed him, so I don't really care all that much.
Taking the nebula crate. Watch our carrier.
I really don't understand this game. Sure, I guess. How do I activate this? How do I get upstairs?
Enemy base targeted.
Or are we targeting B? Just... There you go.
Teammate called an airstrike. Heads up.
Oh. Well, that didn't work. Oh, he went for the headshot. I went for the,
Didn't hit. Our gate is been breached.
Yeah. God damn it. My team is not really doing a good job collectively. Keep losing money. I think when I collect that money, I need to spend it. I don't know. It's just a free trial, this game anyway. There we go. I keep almost dying. Huh? There we go. Nice. Wow. Restricted. There we go.
We took the base.
Yeah, did we? What kind of... Am I missing all my armor?
Got a
Okay.
nebula crate inbound.
Spy plane.
Here comes our recon plane.
Recon plane circling the battlefield.
Anti-tank rifle. I don't really need that, to be honest. I like my gun.
Hostiles on the crate. Enemy's got a glide bomb incoming. Get him off the nebula crate.
It's easy to get long shots in this.
Friendly glide bomber incoming.
Oh, I get full points for an elimination even if I'm not the one who finishes them off. That's lame.
They targeted our base. Nebula
Sure, I'll buy a tank. Huh? Oh. How do I fire? Oh, fire is circle. Okay. Oh, I see.
only one base remains.
I see. Okay, so I guess the tank's pretty weak. Oh, he had an anti-tank gun. What a lame dude. What a lame dude.
Hostile recon spotted.
I'm being spotted. Well. How do I get in here? What the heck? Capture a base and or lose in 5 seconds. How do you get in here? What? You just... What the frick? That thing just respawned. Yeah, I want another tank. Find another tank. Goodbye. Let's go. Oh. Everyone's in a tank. Go, go, go. No. Restricted area. No, 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 no. Why is that a restricted area? Where am I allowed to go? What? That's a restricted area too. Where am I allowed to go with my tank? What do they want from you? B and F.
Enemy's got a glide bomb incoming.
Enemy's got a glide bomb.
Protect the carrier. Get that nebula crate.
Okay, well... What is up with these restricted zones? Yeah, I would love to get out of here. Oh my god. How am I supposed to get to F?
We're retrieving the nebula crate. Protect the carrier. Friendly, sending a glide bomb.
Where's my armor?
Can I... Get. Oh my god. This flippin' game.
Launching nebula rocket against enemy base.
That guy died from fall damage. LMAO. The more I can weaken somebody, even if I don't
Destroyed Bunker Fox.
defend my base for victory? What? Is that what we're doing? My team is actually pretty coordinated now. Well, I did my part.
Recon plane coming.
So you're only allowed a maximum number of kill streaks. The tank blew up. Oh my god, that's a lot of people. Holy shit. Go, go, go. What's this? Oh, that's a big gun. I don't want it though.
Allied airstrike coming in hot.
Kill the Baba Yaga. Yep. I can only do so much. Okay.
Well played and well earned.
I don't know why what I was 35 and 12. Whoopie do. I got 3 kills for every 1 death of mine, at least. Well, that girl. She had such thick lips. Ugh. Ugh, and that long face too. Disgusting. Oh, I don't know. Most explosive eliminator? Here you go. I don't care. Sure. What we do? How well did I do? I don't get the check. You don't. That's right. I forgot Call of Duty. You know, it used to be you got your leaderboard, and it was like, oh, you did this much better than everyone else, and it made you feel good. But then that makes other people feel bad, and so they eliminated that, and so they removed the ability to see your kill death and other people's kill death ratios until the end of the game, and then at the end of the game they gloss over it, so you don't actually get to compare your stats to anybody else. I don't know how good I did compared to everyone else. Not to mention the fact that if you even shoot one bullet into somebody and somebody else gets the kill, it counts for your kill too. So, you know, 5 people could get the kill participation over one person, so. What is going on? What? What was going on with that? Okay. Yeah, loadouts. What? I don't care. Oh my god, okay. Such a confusing. It's a mobile game. It's a phone game where they throw a bunch of stats and crap at you, so it overwhelms you with all their systems.
Break their defenses and claim the bases to win.
Oh, is that why it's a zone? Here, it's a weird zone because. Okay, I didn't
Capturing the base.
do the parachute.
Taking
It was,
the base. Capturing the base. Base secured.
I have $200. I think the gun that I want is 400. So, where are you? You're up there. Where'd you go? Fine, whatever. I need another armor plate then to replace the one this dude took from me. Yeah, there you go. I'd rather play Warzone, to be honest, but I also would not like to play Warzone. Yeah, that's happening. God damn, where are they? Where are you? Who's shooting me? Oh, they took my armor. There we go, I killed someone. At least, thank God. Sure. No, I'll spawn at D. They're gonna take D in a second here anyway, so might as well defend. But yeah, there's no like actual dedicated minimap either. Okay, since none of my squad is over there, I'm not allowed to spawn over there. And no one's defending D. Well, that guy's trying to. Oh god, talk about an uphill battle. I don't even have my good gun yet. Who is shooting me? The enemies don't pop up on the minimap. How many melee hits does it take to destroy the wall? Everyone is doing it. There we go. We did it.
They're in the nebula crate. They're on the crate. Kill the carrier. Tagging their base. Tagging their base. Their base is ours.
Good. Okay, good. Alright. Take that. I need my gun.
Clear out. Nebula rocket incoming.
Nebula rocket. Doyumi. I can get a motorbike? Alright, cool. Let's go. Stupid game. Alright. Can I leave? Okay, I can exit. Okay. The other dude should pop out. Yep, I knew it. Wow, okay, he dropped... Oh, well, somebody else killed him, so I got credit for it. Really? All those bullets and we only broke their armor? There we go. That guy is... Please let me prone. Oh my god, it wouldn't let me prone behind the hill. Yeah, I looked like an idiot. Stupid game. They're not gonna undo that. Well, whatever.
Nebula is in the zone.
Buying a tank. Oh, whoops. The style of these tanks kind of reminds me of Attack on Titan.
Enemies are capturing the crate. They're retrieving the crate. Kill the carrier.
Yeah, shoot me. Tanks don't one-shot people. It doesn't make any sense. Like, make the tanks a lot more expensive, but then...
Nebula rocket incoming.
Oh, they're targeting the base. They're just hiding in the red zone. It's no fun. What do you mean? There we go. Now we captured it. I got the bazooka. Or well, I unlocked it. It was locked before, and then I unlocked it. Oh, they killed him. Alright, cool. I'll just go take it now.
Hit their base where it hurts.
I'm the only person here, so... it's contested. Ah, shit. Yeah, blow up my tank. Please.
Nebula crate entering the zone. Tagging their base.
Are they gonna airdrop in here or what? I'm not gonna be able to do anything if they send another person here. Oh, somebody else is here. Nice.
Get that nebula crate.
Cool,
Their
cool.
base is ours.
I need another armor set, and then I also need custom class. No. Full armor. Then I'll need
We're retrieving the crate. Protect the carrier.
spy plane. Then I have enough for a tank.
Crate up for grabs.
Let's go. We have
What's your head? Friendly glide bomber.
oh, somebody blew me up. All right,
Nebula crate. Watch our carrier.
but they have monetary rewards for completing objectives.
Nebula crate up for grabs.
That's not gonna do anything. This guy didn't even notice that. Where's my tank? Why is it all the way down there? What? Oh my lord. Just spawn at E. I don't care. Somebody was at D who killed me. My tank is over there. I'll tunnel vision on this guy. He should find it annoying that I'm focused on him. Oh no, somebody else is firing at him. I can get my tank now. Critical damage. Okay. Fine. Whatever. Do they think that... God, I actually killed him. Holy crap. I'm almost dead.
Here comes our recon plane.
Recon's main position.
Okay. That's gonna be my secondary gun, in case I need it.
Protect the carrier. Glide bomber and
Ooh.
coming in.
Somebody else got me. Spawn IE. I have enough for another tank.
Targeting enemy base.
Once it blows up the enemy base, I can go in. Well, that happened, I guess. Oh, I got the tank low enough to where someone else could kill it, realistically. God dang it. No switches. Yeah, whatever. They trying to get E? They are. There's two guys up there. God, I'm gonna die if I stay out in the open. Wow, there's a grenade in there. What the heck? Weed trippy girl. Strategically, I need to. Come back. I died 3 times in a row without it. Let me out.
The day is ours. Damn
Oh. Okay. I did it. Hope you do. God, I'm starving. Nice. Good job, Gen 7R Pro. Team MVP, who is it? It was girl. And then girl. And then that girl. Oh, Big Shrimp. I want to vote for Big Shrimp. Ah, yeah. Could vote for myself. No. Don't vote for him. No, I got 3 votes though. I got 4 captures, alright? Most captures. Hope you do. Okay, I don't want to watch that. Just weapons, loadouts. I don't know. What happened to all my custom classes from the last game? Let's do automation. Yes, I get it. Oh my god, why don't they let me skip it? That's so stupid. Just do that optic, okay? There we go. Rear grip. Aim down sight speed. Oh no, this one. There you go. I don't know. This B team sucks. Team R-tard. Bad team. Imagine getting mad at Call of Duty.
Capture the bases and win the arms race.
Alright, A and G are... New strategy.
The base is ours.
Their entire team is gonna spawn at C, but then they're all gonna focus on B. Got him. Got him. Team R-tard. Well, I got 3 kills that round, so... Yeah, spawn at D. How much money do I have? 600? Nice. Alright, I can buy my automation. I should be able to buy a custom class. Can I, like, check? Nope, I guess. Okie dokie. Anyway, it's 1500 to buy a custom class, so I gotta save up for it. Who are you shooting at? There we go. Who's shooting? Oh, that guy's parachuting over there. I'll do the same thing. Ah! Oh, I'm the Mexican girl. Okay. There we go. We need it. Oh, there's no contest here? Okay.
Attacking their base.
Nice.
We took the base.
Probably have to defend D. That's where I'm predicting they're gonna go.
Allied airstrike coming in hot.
Okay. It's a little fun, I guess. They're not,
Nebula crate inbound.
it's not like the hardest thing in the world. What the heck? I didn't hit a single bullet on him. Wonderful. How do you get to the roof? Well, I know how realistically to get to the roof, but... wondering if that's even possible from... The dude's just gonna hang up there, so... Nope, couldn't get him. Oh well. I'm not gonna...
Right, almost ours. Protect the carrier.
Nobody can kill that guy on the roof. That's very silly. Very silly. They should actually be going for F right now. Depends on how many people are on the enemy team. Doesn't say. Guess you can't check stats in this game anymore either. Till the match is done. There you are. Good, I got someone.
Recon, sweeping the sector.
Oh, there are a bunch of people over there. What the heck? Oh, they're going B. Okay. I just gotta kill this guy. He's shooking me. He knows I'm here? God damn it. Wow, okay. Okay. How much money do I have? 12? Oh. So will get me that. Okay.
Got recon in the sky.
I don't know what my loadout is. I don't have time to customize it ever. Nice, I got him. I fell to my death, but I got him. That's pretty funny. Land in here. Nobody in. Alright. Now I have a good perspective on... Oh shit, what the hell was that? What? What killed me? Unbelievable. There's a guy over there camping it. Whatever, I'm taking E. Okie dokie. Oh my god, no. Go away, you stupid fucking snipers.
Coming in. They breached the gate.
Yeah, they think nobody's capturing F right now. Alright, no one's defending F. They are sorely mistaken. Because one person is... God damn it, go away! I don't even know where that's coming from. It's probably coming from E. Yeah, it's contested. Where are you? Right there? Unfucking believable, dude. This gun has no... The one in the shop has a 75 clip. This one has a 25 clip. I haven't been able to kill anybody effectively because it takes me like 40 to 50 bullets to kill somebody, so... I mean, obviously, it only takes like 10.
Enemies caught a strafe run.
Okay, okay, okay. My entire team is just trapped in here.
crate entering the zone.
Everywhere you look. Everywhere. Oh my god! Oh my god, I pressed the melee button and it didn't melee. Why is it not melee? Does this game not have melee? No, it does.
Nebula crate.
I guess when I'm aimed down sights, it won't transition to melee. Even if I'm not shooting or even if I'm out of bullets. Just like that. It took me all 25 bullets and I had to hit most of them on him in order to get it.
Friendly glide bomber incoming.
Everyone's obsessed about that nuke.
Nebula crate. Kill the carrier.
Oh my god. Can you fucking not? Please?
Crate up for grabs. Glide bomber assist coming in.
I need my old gun back. Equipped? I don't have the right one equipped. Ugh, god, freaking. I'm gonna have to wait the rest of the match using this crappy weapon.
Nebula crates on the ground.
Maybe that guy who was saying bad team was correct. Maybe I should just play Warzone. This game is basically just Call of Duty, but it's just basically the Warzone playlist. Or the Warzone mechanics. But just not. Okay. There goes all my armor, I guess.
Enemy's got a glide bomber. They're on the crate.
Very little ammo. The other gun had like 400 ammo.
Nebula crate.
Not gonna have any bullets left over for the enemy.
They're retrieving the nebula crate. Kill the
Can
carrier.
you not fucking... Oh my god.
Friendly sending an airstrike.
It's gonna take me an eternity to do this.
Enemy's got a glide bomb incoming.
There we go.
Tagging their base.
I don't know who helped me with that. Oh, the tank did? Okay.
We lost Hunter Dog. Tagging their base. We took the base.
Good. We took something.
Hostiles are strafing us.
I can't get my weapon back. God dang it. I know what to do. I'm gonna need to...
Enemy running recon. They got eyes in the sky.
Falling in a strafing run.
Allied airstrike coming in hot.
Nice. Alright, cool. Now I can...
Focus next time.
Nice.
Hit their base where it hurts. Got an enemy glide bomb on the way.
Are you... You're actually joking. You can't kill them when they're in there like that. don't understand what the point of this playlist is, to be honest.
Supply box ready. Grabbing
Nebula is in the zone. They cracked the wall. Nebula crate up for grab. Hostiles on the nebula crate.
Where are they? They down? Or are they under? I think they're under. Yeah.
The wall. Heads up. Enemy glide bomb coming in hot. We're retrieving
I can't do anything long range with a 25 clip. Good, got him. Team Artard.
Heads up. Enemy glide bomb coming in.
Knocks their armor.
Hostile strafe inbound. Friendly glide bomber incoming.
I still don't know what the objective of this playlist is. I mean, we're capturing bases, but... Like, is it the number of bases that we capture, or... Eliminate your enemies and capture objectives. Be the first team to reach the score limit.
Retrieving the
What
crate.
is the score limit, though? They don't show it here. They don't show it
Heads up.
anywhere.
Enemy glide bomb coming in hot. Enemy base targeted.
What's the score limit?
Enemies call a strafing
And
run.
how much do we have to that score limit? Call of Duty has always had this problem. Or Call of Duty is a game of satisfaction from how well you're doing. If you're crushing the enemy, you feel really good about it. And if you don't crush the enemy, you know, you're not feeling that great, but you're not feeling that great, but you want to win. But from the changes that they're making, it seems like they think that, people don't want to play when they're losing. So instead of balancing the matchmaking, like they should have done 10 years ago, what they're actually doing now is they eliminated the ability to see
Only one base remains. This is it.
what,
Friendly semi-glide bomb.
whoa, they really captured it? I was just in here. Oh my god, I'm not gonna get in with my normal bullets. Especially with how many I have.
Spies in the sky. Enemy glide bomb incoming.
Oh, okay. So what they're doing instead to rectify that problem is, instead of making you feel bad for losing, they're just not going to tell you that you're losing until the very end, which is indicative of they don't show you your personal score. They don't show you how many kills in front or behind you are. They don't show you, apparently, they don't show you whether you're winning or losing. Ever. Again. Because that would make you feel bad for losing, and then you would quit a losing match. It's not good because, first of all, it's baby mode. Because they're being like, oh, we don't want you to feel so bad, so you're freaking, we don't want you to feel bad that you're losing, so we're just not going to tell you that you're. We're gonna let you keep thinking you're doing a good job until the very end. They're coddling their player base. They're being like, "Oh no, it's okay. You're not losing. It's okay. You know, you don't have to feel bad." It's ridiculous. And it has the and you can't use your scores to be strategic about it. Oh hey, I better step it up because I'm not doing so well. Oh, we're losing. We need to catch X number of bases, you know. Because it's like, okay, if we're winning, then we just need to hold the majority of bases. But if we're losing, then we need to spread out and gamble on capturing all of them. You take a different strategy depending on whether you're winning or losing. So, but you can't do that now. Because it's like, okay, we were, you know, we had all of the bases. It's like, but we didn't know whether we were winning or losing, so it's like, so it became a question of, okay, we could still be losing, so we have to capture everything, and then that makes it so that we, you know, that makes it so that, you know, we have to think now, okay, if we are losing, we could still be losing, so we got to capture everything. We got to try to stomp the enemy. And then because of that, we risk that, and then we risk, you know, capturing every base and then end up losing all of them. Or if we're losing, but hold the majority when, you know, but we think we're winning, then we're not going to put in the effort and we're still going to lose in the end. And it's like, oh, we held the majority of bases. Why did we lose? Well, it's because, oh, you didn't start off with enough score. And then it's a matter of, okay, they should have told us how far we were losing so that we could compensate. Because if I'm on a team with 5 other people, and that guy's dressed like Aaron Yeager. If I'm on a team with 5 other people and we're all in comms with each other, see, a draw. It's like, how would we have known that? How would we have known that there's a draw? What was the score limit? You have no idea. And it's like, okay, what? There's no good that's me. There's no good feeling to any of this because it's like, okay, we just killed people and captured bases for an amount of time. Until the time ran out. 8 headshots got. Whoa, 8 headshots, huh? Leave lobby. Okay, I need to look at my loadouts. Connecting to online for what? I was already connected. What is wrong with you? Okay, so the thing is, yeah, I don't care about. I know what a perk is, you fucking game. I'm not a toddler. I hate. Deuce damage. Okay, fine, whatever. They're locking perks on the battle pass. That's amazing. Just locked in general. What was I supposed to get the pre-order bonus in order to unlock basic skills in Call of Duty? Enemies appear on my minimap. Oh my god. Okay. Explodes on impact. I would love that. Stun grenade, sure. Can you just give me the bazooka? This one, sure, whatever. Uh-huh. Sure. Mm-hmm. Can I... $30 rounds per magazine. Wonderful. Okay, so the idea is that I'm gonna... Oh boy, yep, uh-huh. Glide bomb. I don't want a flame knot. Fucking God, who's gonna read any of that? They're so like, oh, we have something important to say to you. Please take the time to, we're not gonna let you exit out of this menu for, oh boy, we have something important to say to you. We're not gonna let you exit out of this menu. They locked a kill streak behind the battle pass. I mean, it was a free one, but still the concept remains. Oh, you have to pay. Actually, you bought this game for $70, which is the retail price. Nope, you gotta pay an extra $10 to have the privilege to earn part of the game, because we're not gonna give you the full game for your $70. Holy crap. And they're wondering why Call of Duty isn't selling. Oh boy, Ukraine. Nope. Taking the pink girl one. Machined. Yep. Nah. Sure, whatever. Emblems. That's right, they don't let you customize your emblems anymore either. Custom tag. Gert. Oops. There we go. There we go. Gert with a space. Typically, yeah, and look at all this crap. Like, it's $20. Oh boy. What? Okay, top right. It says my Call of Duty points. 1.2K. Why? Why do they have to do a 1.2K? Why can't they just say 1200? Why can't it be 1200? On the store, you look at the price on the left, it says 1200. And then I look at the top, I'm like, okay, this one costs 1200. How much do I have? 1.2K. Well, is 1.2K 1200? Gee, I'm 10 years old. I'm bad at math. I don't know, right? It's just another layer of them trying to confuse you so that you just buy an unlimited amount of Call of Duty points, so that you spend more money than you need to. Because I'm like, oh, I don't know how much I need, but $20 should be enough. That's the thing. Did I need to spend $20? No, I probably need to spend like $5. But they try to make it confusing for you to buy these things more than you need to, just to avoid the hassle, right? Because, you know, the average player of Call of Duty isn't gonna freaking figure out what 1.2K means and how that translates to the prices or whatever, right? That's like if you went to Japan and everything's priced in yen, and you only brought US dollars, and you're like, you know what, a stuffed animal, here, just take my $100 bill, because and you know, I forget the change, because I don't want to deal with, you know, converting it to yen or whatever, right? They're doing the same exact thing here. I can't believe it. like every little aspect of this game is specifically made to make consumers confused and to make you spend more money to avoid having to deal with that confusion. It's the same thing with the loadouts. It's the same thing with freaking everything else. Look at this. Look at this. I go to customize my weapon and I can go to the store and then they give me a tutorial menu because because apparently I'm 8 years old and I don't know how video games work. That's like, "Oh my god, there are all these bundles." And then I have to buy it. Let's look at one that I can't afford. Okay. So if I choose this, and they're like, "Oh, you gotta buy this weapon. Looks cool. You gotta purchase it." I was like, "Okay, I'll purchase it. How much are you charging? Oh, you're charging me 2,000 points, but I have 1.2K. I don't understand." And then you go here, and then they give you a bunch of prices, and they're like, "Wow, bonuses! If you spend $150, then you can get a bonus. Best value." Then you're like, "Well, I might as well because I'm gonna be spending $20 per gun that I buy." Oh my god. Anyway, I'm small map mayhem. Here we go. Blitz. I just want regular team deathmatch. Why is that so hard? Why do they have to be creative and innovative? They're like, "Oh, we have to make capture 7 bases and there's a bomb and that you can bomb other bases with and you have to fight over the bomb while keeping your bases so that you rack up score, but we're not going to tell you the score so that, you know, when you lose you don't feel bad and when you win you don't feel good." It's the safest option. This game has made every single decision in its nuanced gameplay to be the safest option. And I absolutely hate it because when you play safe, it's not fun anymore. I play Call of Duty because it feels good to win, and I will play until I win. See, look at this. Are we winning or losing? They dropped me in the middle of a match that people apparently had quit out of. Are we winning or losing? I don't know. I do not know. Why don't I know? Because they don't tell me. I don't even know what the game mode is, to be honest. I don't know what the objective is. Oh, it's Call of Duty. Just point your gun and shoot people. Point your gun and shoot people, and then at the end of the match, we will tell you if you did a good job or not. And of course, they're gonna say yes, you did a good job. Because why wouldn't they? They want you to keep playing. Because if you keep playing, then you're gonna keep spending more money on the microtransactions. So they're not gonna make you feel bad for losing. They're just gonna say, "Oh, hey, you won because of reasons." That's why they've also made it so that if I shoot someone once and I don't kill them, but my teammate does, then it counts me for the kill too. Which means that, you know, a team could collectively have like 500 kills, even though the enemy only died like 100 times. Because if 5 people participate in the kill. But then that means that, you know, eliminations don't have any value because, of course, you know, anyone with half a brain is able to point their gun and shoot at people. It's just, are you able to do it better than the enemy? See, look at that. I got the kill after death. They did not balance these dogs correctly. Okay. I like this map, but we're losing. And I can tell we're losing. Oh. Holy shit. Okay, they do tell you. They don't tell you how much you've died. That's the thing. You go to Call of Duty 4, and they tell you how much you died. So it's like, okay, am I sucking right now? Yes, you are. It's team deathmatch. I guess I gotta camp. Although they don't call it that. They call it blitz. See, the thing is, even if they don't tell you how much you've died, or what the score is, or anything like that, it still sucks that I'm dying a lot. It still feels crappy, and it makes me not want to play the game that I'm dying so much. So they haven't eliminated the crappy feeling of dying. All that they've done, or of you doing bad, they haven't eliminated that crappy feeling. All that they've done is prevented you from knowing how bad you're doing. Alright, I'm dying a lot, but I don't know if I'm, you know, getting more kills than that. Which I can kind of tell that I'm not, because, you know, obviously I spawn and 3 seconds later I die every single time. It's 43 to 190. Every single person on my team feels shitty about how bad they're doing. Every single one, I can guarantee I would bet all my money on that. But the game is trying to make you not feel bad. I'm just gonna have to camp. Shit. God damn. Everywhere I go, there's 2 more people. They have focused. What? Oh my fucking god. Their entire team has over 20 eliminations. Every single person has over 20 eliminations. That is so bad. I don't care. I don't care. This doesn't... The way that they structured this game, it doesn't stop you from... It doesn't stop you from feeling bad about losing or doing poorly. All that it does is it makes you ignorant of just exactly how bad you were doing. And the thing is, if I do bad, but not that bad, then I would like to know. I see, I can't check how bad I did. I don't know how many deaths I got. They will never tell me. Can I even check my records? Yeah, here we go. Eliminations to death. Which eliminations aren't kills. They're participating in a kill. Even a game like League of Legends, which panders to literal children, has one person earn the kill and everybody else who participates earn an assist. And so if I get in a game of if I would get in a game of League of Legends, I could get no kills but 20 assists, and I will feel good because at least I participated. But in this game, I don't know how many of my eliminations actually were me 1v1ing the enemy, or if it was just I put a bullet into somebody and then I got stomped on and then my teammate picked me up. I don't know. They don't tell you. They'll never tell you. Because it would make you feel... Because it would make it seem like you're not getting that many kills. That'll make you feel bad. Oh no, it'd make you feel a little worse. And they can't have their precious sensitive player base, with their fragile egos, thinking that they didn't do as good as possible. They should, the next Call of Duty, they're probably gonna make it where if I look at an enemy, then it will give me then it'll count it as a kill. If I just look at them, I don't even shoot, I don't even point my gun at them. I just look at them, and they'll give me the kill. They'll probably also do, if I die to an enemy, they'll probably count that as a kill for me. What they'll probably do as well, when I enter a match, they'll automatically just say, okay, you did a good job. Good job for playing. Wow, you did such a great job starting up the game and entering that match. You definitely probably got 10 or 20 kills. But it's like I still feel shitty in this match because I died 4 times in a row. Relatively, right? I don't know exactly how much I died because they'll never tell me the exact stats. Can I shoot through this? No. Okay, that would have been nice to know. We're getting spawn camped. Unbelievable. What do you want from me? Oh my fucking god. And you know what they've done in exchange? Is they're like, okay, we still gotta make the good players feel really good, so we'll still include spawn camping. We'll still include, crappy spawns and cheap tactics and all of that. In other Call of Duty games, they were able to regulate, or in the older Call of Duty games, they were able to regulate it. They were able to say, okay, you're going to spawn in a variety of spots. So the best man is going to know where all the spawn points are, but it's going to be more than one, right? It's not going to have me and my 10 teammates, huddled up in a room while the enemy team completely surrounds us and just constantly kills us. Do they have a UAV up? Is that what this is?
Enemy's got a war machine coming.
Oh my, what the fuck? Oh boy. That just gets you from a range, doesn't it?
We're in the lead. They got recon.
I haven't gotten a real elimination in a while. Ah, my god.
Lead is lost. Fight back.
Stun grenade out.
Enemy recon on flyby.
Ken? Oh my god, how did he get over there? The hell?
Enemy recon. Spy in the skies.
Okay, they tell me how many deaths I have in this game mode for some reason. I don't know why. That just makes me feel bad. Oh no, I got 6 kills, but I have died 11 times. Oh no. I feel terrible. Please, Call of Duty. My sensitive soul can't take.
They got eyes in the sky.
Can't. Oh no, we lost? Oh, I feel so bad about myself. Now I'm not going to spend money on your video game. They had a dude on... They had 2 dudes who just wrecked. The other people were were okay, but they had two dudes on their team who just wrecked. By the way, how much money did you have to pay for the throwing star kill finish? Honorable mention, come on. I want to play League, but I don't want to play at the level that I'm at. I like that other game mode where I could kill a bunch of people. It's too wonky. This game is too... It's too, like... I don't know how to describe it, like, wavy. The classic Call of Duties, they were more stiff. I liked that, because I move in a very stiff manner. I can't go on a wave. You guys know the concept of, like, archery, right? Right, a bow and arrow. You're standing still and you hold the bow out and you pull back the arrow string. You shoot at a still target. That's great. Classic Call of Duties were like archery. It was bow and arrow. This game feels like it's a bow and arrow on horseback. Like you're riding. Like you're riding on a moving horse while you have to Can I air deploy? Holy crap. Okay, good. Holy hell. Please let me down. Please let me down. Oh my god. This fucking game. I'm just gonna stay here. Okay, kills. Blocked. Capture kill. They don't know I'm up here. He totally saw me there. So whatever, we're capturing C. There we go. I hit him once and it counted as an elimination. Okay. Whatever, I don't want to deal with that. Oh my god. I'll play Warzone! Ugh, I don't have it downloaded. Nice. I killed her with the 9 bullets that I had. Hey! I didn't have any ammo. Oh boy. 1,000 score. Can I buy my custom class? Not yet. Well, let's try to get this nebula crate. Bulletproof vest. There's a guy over there. Let's go. Bye-bye. Oh. They killed me. They killed me.
Enemy's got a glide bomb incoming. They're retrieving the crate. Kill the carrier. Nebula crate's on the ground.
Kill the carrier. Uh-oh.
We're retrieving the crate. Protect the carrier.
Protect the carrier. How do I spot enemies? Ugh. My custom class. Yep, there we go. Where are they? Spot them. Fine. Fine.
They're on the crate. Kill the carrier. Nebula crate's on the ground.
This gun sucks. Finally. Can't do anything on this with this gun.
We're retrieving the nebula crate. Protect the carrier. Crate up on ground.
Nope. Blocking who? What? No ammo. Okay.
Supply box here. Grabbing supply.
Yeah, I'd prefer just play Warzone instead of this. Like, instead of spending, I think this game's on sale for like 30 bucks. Instead of spending 30 bucks on this, I'd rather just spend 30 bucks on a Warzone perk or whatever. Can I kill somebody? Where'd he go? There we go. I killed him.
They're retrieving the crate. Kill the
Oh.
carrier.
Retrieving the crate. Got him.
Enemy war machine coming up.
Just want to see. They got the crate. My teammates weren't doing anything while I was shooting at them. Buy station. Automation. Yep. This one.
Gate has been breached. Nebula crate's
Huh?
on the ground. Enemy's got a glide bomb.
Is this... What the fuck? What happened?
They're retrieving the nebula crate. Kill the carrier.
Oh my god. They keep saying kill the carrier. No. My team's not doing anything. I have...
Our base is about to be destroyed.
Which base? They want to destroy E? Are you kidding me? Why do they want to destroy E? Why don't they want to destroy C? Are they that confident that they can catch C? On their own? Either that or the person didn't know how to play a video game, so... And they chose the wrong objective.
Enemy glide bomb incoming. Glide bomber assist coming in.
Nice. Got it.
We took the base.
Cool. Took the base. The hell? Bam! It's freaking... Bullseye reticle. Whoa. Knock knock. Who's there? Banana. Banana who? Aren't you glad I didn't say banana? Wait a second. That's not how the joke goes. There are people. There's somebody at G.
Entering the zone.
Come on, shit me. Yeah. Boom. Anyway, I want to spawn at G. Here we go.
Enemies are capturing the crate.
Oh no, they're capturing the crate.
Kill the carrier.
Eliminate the carrier for 20 bucks. I want 20 bucks. Oh my god. Is there seriously no one defending D? Oh, what a bunch of poopy faces. God dang it.
Incoming nebula rocket. It'll destroy our base.
It'll destroy our base. Which base? C? Yep. And they just captured D, so...
They got recon in the sky.
I just want to try this game out today. I thought it was going to be better, but it's whatever. I'm starving. Oh my gosh. What the? Oh. Okay. I thought it was enemy. Battle Pass Tier 2? Oh my god. Where is it coming from? Oh, over there. Okay. Cool. Caught him. I caught him unaware, but then a sniper got me. Oh my god, they have like a juggernaut. There we go. I mean, they make the sieges like doable, but are you serious?
Let's strafing your area.
Who's shooting? Ugh, from the castle walls. Everyone's at G.
Got a nebula crate inbound.
Yeah, where is it? 150 meters away. Wonderful.
Get that nebula crate. Your teammate called an airstrike. Heads up.
Wonderful job. That airstrike. God. In freaking Battlefield, you could spot enemies for your teammates with using the back button. But on the new consoles, the back button is replaced with the broadcast and share button. Alright, you guys are giving me cover fire, right? Nope, of course not. Okay. Would have loved some cover fire. They really put this thing right in the smack dab in the middle. What is that guy doing? Oh my god. There's that guy on the left, and I'm thinking, okay, this dude is going to shoot anybody who's shooting at me. Or anybody who's shooting at, you know, shooting at the person at the objective. Right? Because, you know, strategically. But, no, he's just camping there. Look at that, and he got himself killed. Good thing.
Keep pushing. You're doing great out there.
I see him. Got their armor. Wish I could mount this gun. Got him. I'm just out in the open.
Taking the nebula crate. Watch our carrier.
Got him.
Allied glide bomber on the way. Nebula crate up for grab. Got an enemy glide bomb on the way.
Okay. Capture the nebula crate. Good. Let's go. If I can just bring it a few more feet. Oh my god.
They got recon in the sky.
Where do I go? Okay, I go to G. Alright.
Enemy glide bomb on the way.
Hey, thanks. What are you doing, bro? Just. Got him. Huh? Destroy D. Cause fuck it.
Rocket targeting enemy base.
Because D is a lot harder to infiltrate than A is. That's my reasoning. I'm sure everyone disagrees, but whatever. I don't care. Alright, can I get a kill streak?
Enemy recon on flyby.
Okay. What's everyone doing? Okay, we're at a stalemate where we are that far away from each other. We're on the left and they're over to A on the right. I've created the worst situation or I've created the most stagnant situation possible by destroying D, because normally you would destroy A so that, you know, at least everybody's closer, but if I let them keep D, then oh my god, for real? Nice. Wow, triple kill with that. That's hilarious. That is pretty funny.
Nebula crates on the ground. Hostiles on the crate. Hostile recon mission aloft. Get him off the nebula crate.
Wait, where's the nebula crate? Why was it over there? Oh my god, guys. If they get that nebula crate, then there's 2 people here? What?
They're retrieving the nebula crate. Kill the carrier.
Kill the carrier. Come on, let's go.
Allied glide bomber on the way.
That was very funny. Hello, let's go.
Allied glide bomber on the way.
Go! Oh my god, these vehicles are just as bad as Death Stranding is.
Setting up field mine.
Got an enemy glide bomb on the way.
I just have to guess where this dude is.
Got an enemy glide bomb on the way. Enemy running recon. They got eyes in the sky.
They got it. Damn it. They won. Oh well. I can just kill a few more people before it's all over. Toss bomb. Toss bomb. Do 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 do.
George bunker's gone.
Pause balls by going upstairs. Pause balls by going downstairs.
Sending a glide bomb.
That's the way. That's the best strategy in the game. Gotta go upstairs. Balls, balls.
They got recon in the sky.
There we go. Capture a base or lose in 30 seconds. Where are you? Where'd he go? Where'd the tank go?
Enemy's got a glide bomb incoming.
Shit. Oh, oh.
Friendly sending a glide bomb.
What are we doing? Come on.
Enemy glide bomb incoming.
Darn. We had just gone inside too. Ah, what a shame. Oh well. That's the best strategy in the game. Gotta go upstairs. Balls, balls. Ah, El Cuchadora. Boom. Team MVP. Me. It's the Mexican girl. I got the most multi-kills. I got 6 multi-kills? Oh. He got the most captures at 3 captures. Voting ends in 1 second. He was the MVP. Oh well. What'd I go? 26 and 17? See, but I don't believe that. Because... I don't believe I went 26 and 17 because those aren't real kills. Those are I participated, so my kills and assists combined were 26. Because I don't separate them anymore, but... yeah. Anyway, this game is... view product. Wow, okay. This game is on sale for $45. Not worth it. This is the worst selling Call of Duty since Ghosts. And it's been out for almost a year. And they don't, and to the point where they had to have a month-long free trial for it just to get people interested. Which they didn't even advertise. I had to find that out through a news article. And the most that they're willing to discount it by is 30%. That's the most they're willing to compromise. That's how greedy they are. It's the entire game. The entire game's revenue is on the microtransactions. They should be giving this game away for free if they want to keep making money. Because, you know, look at this. $20 for this. $24 for this. I mean, every single pack in here is $15 or greater, or is $10 or greater. They'll make their money back. They'll make their money back if they already recouped their initial cost from day one sales. And so if they sell this game at a pittance or for free, and then they just double down on these microtransactions, which are stupidly expensive. I mean, look at this. You get a skin for a character who you don't even see because, you know, this game is in first person. And you get a bunch of stickers and emblems, and they're charging $11 for that. And people buy this. it's a worthless piece of content, and people pay money for this. So it's like, why would they charge any money at all for the base game if they want you to be buying the Call of Duty points? The microtransactions, it doesn't make any sense. Most games go free to play. Most games that have microtransactions go free to play because they know they're going to make their money back on the microtransactions. So Call of Duty is only screwing itself out of more money. You shouldn't even have to purchase the full game. It should be free to play. Halo Infinite is free to play. The multiplayer is. They don't even have microtransactions, but they were confident that they're going to get their money back on that game, and they did. Battlefield went free to play because it has microtransactions, and they made their money back on that. So the fact that Call of Duty isn't is, I mean, it's a very bad move. A guard dog for protection? But people can just kill the dog. What the heck? Anyway, this game would be fun if I was actually good at it. But as it stands right now, I'm not. I don't have Warzone. Anyway, I'm switching to Rocket League. I'm gonna... Rocket League? What time is it? 4? I have 4 more hours. Ah, shit, I gotta do my essay. Ah, frick. God dang it. They're all just locked. They don't even tell you how to unlock them. They're all part of the microtransaction. Are you serious? Every single one? Every single one is a microtransaction. Every single operator is a microtransaction. At least 2 games ago in Modern Warfare, you had to buy the game in order to get all the operators, but you got all the operators just for buying the game. They're locking... It's a $70 game. $70 game, and they're not giving you any characters. They're saying, oh, you got to pay more than $70 in order to, if you want a character. None of these are worth it. $24 for this. $18 for this. Holy shit. This is really bad. No wonder this game didn't sell. Free for clans. What the hell does that even mean? This is really bad. They are so greedy. They're thinking, oh, people will just throw hundreds and hundreds of dollars at this. Because we're Call of Duty, we deserve it. It's the exact same thing as a Karen in a supermarket complaining that she's not getting the best deals because she deserves the best deals. Oh, you know, what happened to the customer is always right. It's this entitlement. And I feel like the game studios who make Call of Duty have succumbed to entitlement. They're like, oh, we're Call of Duty. We can charge however much we want for the game, and we can lock all of the content behind more paywalls, and people will just pay it because we are Call of Duty and we deserve that more than any other game. I don't care if other games aren't doing it. I don't care. We're Call of Duty. We deserve it. Oh, Elden Ring sold 10 times as many copies as we did? Nope. We're Call of Duty. We deserve the money. Better raise the prices on the store and lock more content behind paywalls so that our loyal fans will keep pouring their entire paychecks into our game. It's disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. I don't feel good, participating in. I don't feel good contributing to that. So even if I liked this game, I would not buy it just based off of that. They don't deserve a penny from me. And it's unfortunate because I have paid for Call of Duty in the past. And I shouldn't have. Okay. I gotta do this essay. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm tired. I'm lonely. Oh, it just. Okay. This is working, right? Yeah. Alright. Oh my god. Okay. Time to do this. I'll read my textbook to you guys. There you go. That sounds fun. My free textbook that's open source that you can access on the internet even if you're not a college student. Oh, I gotta change shirts. Kiwi. She's sitting in this. I have this cardboard box that is like 1 inch tall. It's like the shortest thing ever. It's what the cat food came in, or it's what the canned cat food came in. And so it's a really short box. She's just been sitting in it, and she's leaning like all of her body against the 1 inch walls. Obviously, Kiwi is more than 1 inch tall, so. But she has found adequate shelter in this tiny little in this tiny little cardboard box. This cardboard box offers her no protection. It's not like a big box, where she can hide in it. She did used to be in the big cardboard box that she could hide in, but I put all my dirty dishes in that box, so to clear off my desk so I could do my college work. I was gonna wash the dishes. God, that's the thing. I had a lot of dirty dishes, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna actually wash all of these dishes, but I gotta do my college first. This was Wednesday. So I took all the dirty dishes. I took all the trash and I threw it away. And then I took just the dirty dishes and I put them all in this box. I'm like, okay, first homework, then dishes. That was Wednesday. It's Sunday. I still haven't finished my homework yet. So, the box has just been sitting over there, festering. So, I mean, there's no damage or anything. I mean, it's just the dishes are going to be a little harder to wash, but it's not really big a deal. But it's just, I've been having to move this box of dirty dishes around in my room because, I'm not going to put it out in the kitchen because it's going to clutter up the kitchen. It's my job to do, but because it's my own dishes. But, I haven't done it because I haven't done my homework yet. I did as much homework as I could not at my computer. I took my laptop and I went out on the dining room table and I, forum posts and stuff that I had to do, discussion posts, replies, things like that. I did on my own, but yeah. Okay. realistically, I get such like I get writer's block when I do essays. I'm like, what do I want to say next? And then I think about that for 5 minutes, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, I've lost motivation to do this assignment. It's really bad. The thing is, but as I said before, college is so easy. You just you just barf words on the paper that are somewhat related to the essay topic, and they'll give you an A for it. It's just like high school, but well, it's easier than high school. Actually, the standards for this college are really low. It should be. It's college, right? You're not there to be an academic. You're there to pay for your degree, or to pay for your piece of paper, and they have to think, okay, you got to do something here in order to justify earning your degree. But really, we care about your money. So, you know, that's what it is. So, the so yeah, it's just I just gotta answer the questions in an essay format. But it's like I get so like I don't get anxious. I just get like I don't like I take my time to articulate the words the right way to say things. And it ends up taking me forever to do these essays, and it ends up discouraging me from doing the essays because it's like, okay, it's I'm such a perfectionist with it, right? It's like when I write my story. But it's like, okay, I don't need to think about it that in-depthly. I just need to read the material and then just think about it for a second and then be like, okay. Like this essay. Or like the last essay that I did a couple days ago on stream. It was just a bunch of questions. What are your career goals? Well, I know that. A couple sentences about that. Or a couple sentences to say what my career goals are. Do you like writing? Yes or no question, and then why? I like writing because, right? What I learned in boating school is, and it's that simple. But it was that simple, and yet it took me like 3 days to muster up the motivation in order to answer basic questions. If you had asked me those questions verbally, I would have told you all the answers immediately. And then if you had speech to text on a Word document as I was answering your questions, that would have been the complete essay. I could have just turned that in. I would have gotten an A for it. It's that easy. But the thing is, I don't do it like that. I tackle it like, or I look at it as this intimidating assignment that I gotta do. Oh, I gotta make this essay eloquent and articulate, but clear and concise at the same time, and I gotta choose my words carefully, yada yada, right? And I give myself such anxiety over, or I spend way too much effort trying to formulate the correct way to say things that I end up not saying anything at all. So that's a problem I have with real life conversations too. That's why I'm like quiet all the time. My God, yesterday was so awkward. You meet a new person, right? And they start talking to you, and I just sit there silently, pretty much. Or, I laugh at their jokes or whatever, right? But, that's about it. I have thoughts of my own, but I don't know when can I interject my thoughts. Are my thoughts on the subject gonna, be well received by them, and is it staying on topic and being relevant to what they're saying, and is it along the same wavelength as they are, and is it socially appropriate for me to say it right now, or do I have to wait till they're done talking in order to do it? There's all these different factors, and it's like I can't, and my personality too, it's not even just my anxiety about it, but it's my personality too. It's like when I have a conversation with somebody, I end up thinking about their topic in a different way than they do, because I have such a different perspective on it, or there are different things that come up in my mind, and it doesn't stay on topic, and I end up changing the topic by contributing my own part of the conversation. But it's like, my response isn't what they wanted to talk about. They wanted to keep talking about their thing and stay on track. But my mind goes all over the place, I think, and you guys can probably tell from the way that I talk on stream, it's like I can go on tangent after tangent, a story, if I start talking about how my favorite ice cream is strawberry, that topic, and I say why, and I extend upon that, then, it can eventually turn into a conversation of like, oh, the food industry you know, isn't doing so well, and how are we gonna get things like our strawberry ice cream to the supermarket, and can I make it myself? It makes me want to make it myself, but how hard would that be? And what's the price? Blah blah blah, right? It's like I could go any direction with that. We're not talking about ice cream anymore. We're talking about like food industry logistics. And it's like, and that's not the conversation that somebody who wants to talk about ice cream wants to have. And obviously, it's my stream. I can do whatever I want, but it's a one-sided conversation. And so, what ends up happening when I'm having a two-person conversation, right? I'm talking to somebody else, or they're talking to me, more like it, is that I have to check myself, right? I have to make sure that I'm not my thoughts, which go way outside of the bounds of the conversation. I have to make sure that I'm not going to say anything that detracts from what they're saying. And, to stay on topic and to have the conversation that they want to have. And that's very difficult for me because because for some reason I can't, and I don't know if it's my lack of experience at this point, but I can't figure out how to talk. I can't figure out how to extend a conversation that somebody else wants to have with me. That's the thing. And it's a huge struggle that I've dealt with for a lot of my life. But it's come up more prominently since after high school, because God, ever since I dropped out of college, I mean, besides my family, I've really only had like one or two people that I've consistently talked to. So that skews you, and they got used to the way that I talk. So, and I got used to the way that they talk. And so anybody outside of those couple of people that I talk to, it's very difficult for me because they're not them. So I have to adjust how I communicate. Or I have to adjust. I have to make sure that I have to filter myself. I have to make sure that I'm not saying things in the conversation that detract from what they're saying. And it's really difficult for me because when I do that, what ends up happening is, I think in my mind, okay, I thought, they're saying something. I thought about this in relation to them, but if I respond to them, I'm detracting from the conversation. I'm changing the topic, or this isn't what they want to think about, or maybe this is a negative comment on whatever they're talking about, right? I see the fault in the topic that they're talking about, or I see the fault in where this is going, or whatever, right? So I can't say any of that. I can't say any of my own thoughts, and I hold myself back. And what ends up happening is that they finish talking, and I'm just silent because because I had three different things that I wanted to say, but for different reasons, all three of those things were not appropriate to say in this conversation. And so I don't say anything. I'm at a loss of words because I can't figure out what the correct thing to say is in response to them. And it's so, and what ends up happening is, and obviously I don't care, right? Because why would I? That's a lot of stress. But what ends up happening is that I don't respond to them, and then it's just this awkward silence. And then it makes me seem like, oh, I don't want to talk to them, or I'm not interested in their topic or anything like that. And then it takes me a minute or so to think of a response. But if they move on to a different topic, or if they talk about something else, I will eventually find a proper response to their previous topic. But then I'll have to bring it back up, and it's all of this. So my instant spontaneous reaction in a social situation is to say something that's not that is to steer the conversation in a different direction And not intentionally, but it's that whatever I say ends up doing that. So I can't stay on topic because for me, a lot of topics that you can talk about end. What's your favorite flavor of ice cream? Well, how are you going to say more than two things about that, right? I like strawberry and you like chocolate. What else is there to say? What are you going to start talking about, like, oh, yeah, Baskin Robbins has really good strawberry ice cream. We should go there. Yeah. Oh, have you tried Rocky Road? That's like a really intense chocolate. I'm sure you'd like it. And they'll be like, yeah, I did. I have. I love Rocky Road. And then I'll be like, yeah, me too. Or, oh, that's nice. And that's the end of the conversation, right? Like, what are you supposed to say after that? And you're gonna be thinking, oh, all conversations don't need to be long. It's okay for conversations to end. It's like, yeah, it is. But then you need to have the next conversation lined up. What are we gonna keep going through favorites? Oh, well, what's your favorite sports drink? Oh, what's your favorite soda? Oh, what's your favorite lunch meal? Like, it's gonna get repetitive. And it's like, is that conversation boring for anybody else? Like, is this the conversation that you want to have? Does this make me interesting? Is that I'm having this conversation about you about our favorite foods, and it's not even a conversation. It's just, hey, what do you like? I like this. Oh, well, I like that. And then we have to move on to the next category for fear of awkward silence. What am I supposed to do? I don't understand how to have an on-topic conversation about anything. So in my pursuit of thinking about things in depth, what ends up happening is that I think about things to an extreme, right? Favorite flavor of ice cream? Oh, I like strawberry. Oh, you like chocolate. You know. I wonder how they, what I'll say typically in that conversation, and it's totally wrong to do so, is that I'll say something like, yeah, I wonder how they get our flavor of ice creams to taste so good. I'll say something like that. And that might seem like a normal thing, but it's like, most people that I talk to don't want to have that conversation. Oh, I don't care about how they make the ice cream. I just like that it tastes good. I don't think about the why. I just think about the how. I just think about the what. What is my favorite ice cream? What do you have? Where can I get the good stuff? Maybe. But that's it, right? They don't want to extend the conversation, but I want to. I want to talk about how they make really good ice cream, and maybe that eventually evolves into like, oh, we can make it at home or whatever, right? Or maybe we could go to a place that does it really well or something. I don't know, but it's like I want to extend the conversation, and so even if it's a simple conversation like that, so typically I think of like all avenues that you can take with this conversation. And so what I thought of instantly with this ice cream example, I've never talked about favorite ice creams before with anybody, but what I've naturally thought about using this example was, how do they do the ice cream, right? That's what I thought about. But you guys can see how that has nothing to do with what's your favorite ice cream. Talking about how do they make it taste so good is a different topic entirely. And that's probably not the topic that somebody wants to have. If somebody asks you, oh, what's your favorite kind of ice cream? They don't want to have a conversation that's any more complicated than simply the answer, what is your favorite ice cream? So I don't understand, but the thing is, I don't understand how to have a simple conversation, that kind of simple conversation with somebody without making it complicated. Because if I don't make it complicated, then there's nothing else to talk about. And the conversation ends. But if I do make it complicated, then it turns into a different topic entirely, and that's not the topic that they wanted to have, right? Nobody's out there thinking like, oh, how did they make the good ice cream? Nobody thinks like, oh, I love Pizza Hut pizza, and then sit there and contemplate about how they, their technique and how it's different than other pizza places. Nobody thinks about that. Nobody thinks about that. I think about that when it's in a conversation because that's what my mind draws to, but most people don't. And so it's very difficult for me to have conversations with people because what I want to talk about or what I can think to talk about to extend the conversation is something that most people don't want to think about or wouldn't naturally think about. And so it's very difficult for me and to have conversations about any topic with anybody, even if it's topics about things that I do, right? I get with another PlayStation gamer and we have a conversation and about our favorite games. What is there after I like JRPGs and challenging games, and they're like, oh, I like FIFA and Call of Duty. It's like, oh yeah, I like Call of Duty too. I'm really good at the classic games, but I'm not so good at the newer ones. And then they're like, yeah, same, but I've bought all the newer ones just because I want to keep playing and, new experience and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Maybe I should too one day. And they're like, yeah, you definitely should. That's the end of the conversation. We've run out of things to talk about. I don't know what to respond with after that, or I don't know what new topic to bring up that's in a similar vein to that. I don't know about anything about FIFA or MLB or NFL games, sports games, even if they like the same genre of games, even if we've played literally the exact same library of games as each other. What's the conversation going to be? Oh, did you play Elden Ring? Yeah, I played it. It was super fun. Yeah, I'm really glad. This game is so great. Yeah, it sure is. I was like, that's it. That's it. And then we have to find different things to talk about. At least with Elden Ring, I can think of a couple topics, right? Oh, but then it comes to basic question answer. What kind of build did you do? What kind of weapons did you do? How did that work out for you? And then that's, question answer. And then, oh, what was the hardest boss you thought? And they'll be like, oh yeah, Melania. And I'll be like, yeah, me too, man. Melania's ridiculous. And they'll be like, yeah, I know, with her friggin' sushi sword attack. And I'm like, oh my god, I kept dying to that. Swear to God, it took me hours to beat her. And they're like, oh man, yeah, I totally get you. And then that's it. That's it, right? It's, I can have this conversation with myself because I know how it's going to turn out because I've had this conversation with people before. Not about Elden Ring. I don't talk to people that often. But it's like, how do I talk to people? How do I continue a conversation? How do I, how do you connect with other people on similar topics or interests? So I feel like it's not about what you can talk about or what you can relate to with people at this point. It's for me it's more, I need to find somebody with a similar mindset to me. I need to find somebody who is willing to have or who's willing to think like me or who does think like me in order to have like continual conversations. And like I've said, I found people like that. Even if they don't think about the ins and outs of every single little thing or whatever, like I do, it's, I still managed to find a few people who I can just talk to for hours. And I love that. Of course, they're all gone now, but, whatever, they exist, so it gives me hope. But it's like with most people, I'm not able to, right? With most people, I have to filter myself, and I can't say what I want to because they don't want to hear it. And then I just end up not being able to respond to them, which is, a basic human thing. Oh, you can respond to people's comments in the conversation. It's like I can't even, because I don't know how to have a conversation, because I don't know what a conversation is. I don't know. I guess it's just because of a lack of practice, but it's just every single, every job that I've had, every group of people that I've met, every new person that I've met, it's always been question answer, right? Interview style, or it's been me inquiring about things to a logical conclusion and nothing else, right? I can't have like just a normal lighthearted conversation with anybody, it seems. I don't even know what it means to have a lighthearted conversation, to be honest. So it's such a huge struggle for me. It's a huge struggle, and I think that's the main reason why I don't talk to people typically, is because it's like even if I'm in the store and I'm waiting in line and somebody does something noticeable, and then I understand them and I comment on it, and they're like, haha, yeah, I did this thing because of this, and I'm like, yeah, I totally know what you mean. And that's it. That's it. The conversation dies, right? And then it's awkward, and then it's like, oh, I probably shouldn't have put an effort in the first place, because I made it seem like I wanted to socialize with them, but then by initiating conversation, but then I ran out of things to say, and now I seem like I don't want to talk to them because I'm not responding to their comments properly. So it looks like I lost interest in them midway through the conversation because I can't figure out the proper things to respond with. But if I respond my own way, then they're going to be turned off by the conversation, and then it's going to be a drag because it's not going to be whatever they want to talk about. Because most people are very simplistic. Most people don't want to have intense, complex, logistical conversations about simple everyday things. Most people don't think about that. And of course, I wouldn't think about that either if I had anything else to say. But that's the thing. I don't have anything else to say other than stuff like that. So I guess because I can't have a normal conversation with people, I find I'm just grasping for straws as to what could I say in this situation. What is there to talk about that is vaguely relevant to whatever we were just talking about? And that's my downfall. So I don't know how to get past that. I don't, honestly. Like, if I hang out with a single person long enough, then I'll be fine, right? Obviously, we'll get used to each other, and I'll be able to talk about things that are like socially appropriate for them, right? And when I say socially appropriate, I don't mean like by society standards. I mean by the person that I'm talking to, their standards. That's what I mean. I don't care about saying things that are controversial or anything like that. That's not what I mean at all. It's you say things that are in the same mood of the conversation. If we're talking about politics, then yeah, you can say any controversial thing and it'll be accepted as a response in the conversation. But if you're talking about favorite flavors of ice cream, you can't bring politics into it, right? You think about it like that. Why are you talking about Joe Biden when, when I was talking about my chocolate ice cream, right? Even if I could relate the two, right? Even if I could say, oh, Hitler is why we can't have more ice cream flavors. It's like that's not appropriate to say, right? In a conversation about ice cream. Now, if it's a conversation about Hitler, then I could bring up the fact that there's, ice cream, I guess. I don't know. But most people don't want to have heavy-handed conversations in the first place. So I don't know. It's really difficult. I don't know how to talk to people. That's what it is. I don't know how to talk to people. Happy birthday. I got the birthday cake flavored protein bar, and on the side, it doesn't say the flavor of it. It just says one, which is the company name, and then it has a picture of a birthday cake. And so you assume, okay, it's birthday flavor, and then you look on the side of the wrapper, and it just says happy birthday. Period. It says happy birthday with a period. And not even like an exclamation point like they're congratulating you. They're just like, happy birthday. Just, it must be your birthday because you bought this freaking protein bar. This is pretty funny. This protein bar is supposedly, it's birthday cake flavor, but it supposedly has 1 gram of sugar. Ooh. Oh, It tastes really sweet and sugary on when you take that first bite, but then as you chew, it starts to taste really chemical-y, and it's like it feels like there are like chemical fumes going up into your nostrils, even though I'm chewing it with a closed mouth. Yeah, I don't like that aftertaste. Oh my god. What do I have? Protein blend, which is milk protein isolate and whey protein isolate. Isomalto oligosaccharides, sourced from vegetables, which I've never heard of. Maltitol, I've heard of that. Vegetable oil blend, okay. Whey protein concentrate, cornstarch, sea salt, non-fat dry milk, tapioca, dissolved monoglycerins. Oh, that's all the ingredients that matter. Well, carnauba wax? What the hell? How do they mix these ingredients together? See, this is what I want to talk about. How do they mix all these ingredients together? There's like 20 different ingredients on here, and they're all chemicals. Do they really just get a big pot and just pour like powdered carnauba wax into it and just stir it all up until it comes out into a nice goop, and then they just press it into a bar? Did they have to try? How much trial and error did they have to go through in order to come up with this specific combination of ingredients? How did they know that carnauba wax was even required in this protein bar? Every food company has these weird ingredients in their food. It's like, where did the idea for this even come from? How do they know how much to put in? How do they mix it all together? Where do they even get turmeric extract anyway? And it says for color. Like what? So if you didn't have turmeric extract, then would it not look white? Like, I don't know. See, that was more of a natural conversation because I was like, okay, take a bite of the protein bar. And I was like, ugh, what's causing this flavor? And I looked at the ingredients list. But then I went on a tangent being like, okay, wait, so how do they mix these ingredients? Where do they even come up with all this? Right? It's no longer about the flavor anymore. The conversation isn't about the flavor, it's about the mixing process. Which, who wants to talk about the mixing process for a protein bar, right? If you started a conversation with that alone, right? I can't go up to somebody on the street and be like, hey, how do you think they mix protein bar ingredients together? They're not going to want to have that conversation. Who wants to have that conversation? But my conversations end up going into that direction, with like everything, yes, every single conversation I ever have about any topic will eventually end up being about the mixing process of protein bars. I'm just kidding. Talk to me about the kittens at the animal shelter, and I'm going to talk to you about the mixing process of a protein bar. Hey, the Red Sox won the World Series for baseball. Hey, that's cool, but have you ever considered the mixing process of protein bar ingredients? Oh, anyway, that protein bar is very suspicious. I bought 4 of them. 2 birthday cake flavors and 2 glazed donut flavors. So I'm hoping the glazed donut flavor tastes pretty good. So you gotta do with these protein bars is you gotta try a whole bunch of them. See what you like. Even like within the same company. You know, I got pure protein bars. I've tried. Okay, there's birthday cake, lemon, strawberry, peanut butter caramel, cookies and cream, and cookie dough. Or no, chocolate salted caramel, not peanut butter caramel. Yeah, okay, so there's 6 flavors that I've tried so far. I like 2 of them. I like the birthday cake and I like the chocolate salted caramel flavor. I can't have too much of the salted caramel. One, because it's a lot of chocolate. I like chocolate, but like not in big doses, right? So I'll have like 1 bite of chocolate ice cream, but I'll have the whole 3 scoop bowl of it if it's strawberry flavored, because chocolate's just too intense for me. It's got to be like a little bit at a time. So, although I do like hot chocolate, I'll drink a whole cup of hot chocolate in a sitting because I really like that. And I did try last winter. I did try hot chocolate with cheese. It tasted pretty good. The cheese melted in my mouth, and it had a chocolate consistency to it, but it still tasted like cheese. But it was like a very dumbed down flavor of the cheese, right? It wasn't sharp tasting when eaten together with the hot chocolate. So that was nice. Although I don't know if I'm supposed to like mix the cheese into the hot chocolate. I can't imagine that's the case. But yeah. Anyway, so that was a nice thing to try. What the heck? Oh, it's a hair. Apparently, hair loss is caused by bad blood flow to throughout your body. So, which is of course caused by a vitamin deficiency and certain illnesses. So, it's not as bad now that I've almost eaten the whole bar. It's still there. The aftertaste is still there, but it's not too bad. All right, well, no. I would not buy this again. I would rather eat the birthday cake protein bars from Pure Protein, which is what I like. I'd rather eat that. That's the same nutritional value. 20 grams of protein, 200 calories. Well, the Pure Protein one has 3 grams of sugar, which actually makes me think that they're only using natural sugar for the pure protein. There's apparently a lot of protein bars and some organic foods. They're trying to like go away from sugar, so they use alternative sweeteners like stevia. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of stevia. I just recently learned about it, but stevia and a couple others. There are some not artificial sweeteners, but they're alternative sweeteners. So they sweeten your food without contributing to your sugar count for the day, right? They're not as bad as sugar. So you might think, oh great, I can just replace all my sugar with stevia. And technically you could. You know, if the regular food companies would use stevia. But the thing is, sugar alternatives like stevia have they've been doing studies and they have been proven to cause cancer. So just like how everything else causes cancer, right? Just like how an iced coffee causes cancer, or wearing your headphones for 10 hours a day causes cancer or whatever, right? Or, you know, going out in the sun when you have a skin condition causes cancer, right? One of my elementary school friends, his dad got skin cancer and he died from it. So they were very pale people. They were white, but they were very pale. So his dad got skin cancer and the kid's dad died from it. So that was first grade, I think. So anyway, he grew up without a father. So of course, as a kid, I didn't understand the implications of that, but it sucks. But yeah. But yeah, I mean, a lot of things cause cancer technically, but it's still better to avoid it. The only reason there's 2 reasons to cut sugar out of your diet. One is the dietary health reason, which my electricity is blinking. If the stream goes off, guys, then it's just because I might have a power outage. But yeah, anyway, so just a heads up. But yeah, there's 2 reasons. One reason is that sugar causes you to have an unhealthy weight, and if you eat too much sugar, then of course you'll develop diabetes and all of that. So, right, you know, if you drink a can of Coke a day, which has double your daily sugar intake, then you're going to eventually develop, you know, a blood condition like diabetes, where your insulin levels are all out of whack and, you know, all that good stuff. Not to mention you're going to gain weight from it too. So yeah, there's that reason that it makes you fatter, I guess. I suppose. I don't know. I haven't read up on it. So take my words with a grain of salt. But yeah, the second reason is that cancer cells feed off of sugar. So if you eat a lot of sugar and you get cancer and you continue to eat a lot of sugar, then your cancer will grow. In fact, there's been, you know, a multitude of people who get cancer. Of course, they go through the treatment and everything, but they change their diets. They change their diets based off of not necessarily like an organic diet or anything, but they eliminate all the foods that will cause the cancer to grow, including sugar. So that way, there will be no that way there'll be the cancer won't grow, right? And so if it doesn't grow, it will die off. So sugar feeds cancer cells. So if you do get cancer, you gotta eliminate your sugar, right? Like completely from your diet, along with other things too. There's a book out called Anti-Cancer, and a lot of cancer patients take the advice from the book to heart, and they apply it to their own lives. And it's just a diet change. Sometimes they include exercise, and they beat their cancer. So It's an inspiring story, right? I'm sure it's not 100% of people beat their cancer from taking that advice, but it's a good enough success rate, so it's like, okay, if you value your life, why not? So, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, so sugar contributes to that. But the thing is, on that, which is why I don't eat a lot of sugar in my life, but because I'm afraid of cancer. But the thing is, if alternative sugars like stevia cause cancer, then that means that they will also feed the cancer if you continue to eat them. So if you eat protein bars with alternative sugar in it, then you have a higher chance of developing cancer. And if you continue eating them while you do have cancer, then you're only going to be feeding those cancer cells and letting it grow inside your body, and you're going to die eventually. So, you know, I mean, people who have healthier diets in general live longer. So the same can be said for people who exercise often live longer. So I'm not talking about weightlifting. I'm just talking about just general wellness of physical being, which can include a jog in the mornings, or it can include, walking on your treadmill for 20 minutes a day, or it can include weightlifting, I guess. Probably. I don't know. Stretches, exercises that you did in PE, a lot of those are body weight exercises like push-ups and squats and stuff. So those would be considered exercises. So. But yeah, diet and physical fitness are. It just extends your life. Normally, it extends your life in general, even if you don't get cancer. But if you do have cancer, then it's also going to stave that off as well. So there's a reason why cancer has become such a huge problem in the past 50 years, is because people have been getting generally unhealthy, right? Because only within the last century have human beings not had to do extensive physical work for their jobs. And, we didn't have access to fast food or anything, too. So, and, drinks, foods and drinks that are jacked up in sugar, right? Sugar back in medieval times was a commodity, and it was something that was super valuable and you couldn't get your hands on, right? Only the rich people had cakes and biscuits and things like that. So, if at all. So people didn't have problems with cancer because cancer it's condition based, but it's also diet based as well. So, and it's physical fitness based too. So people didn't have to worry about that. People had to worry about other things that don't exist these days back then, but cancer is the new problem because of what we have available to us as far as food and necessity, the lack of necessity of doing exercise, right? That's why, every obese person in America has a huge chance of developing cancer. Most of them already developed diabetes, which is why diabetes is associated with fat people, even though you don't have to be fat to get diabetes. Diabetes is still considered a fat person's disease because it's diet's based, and typically fat people neglect their diet and they eat fast food and sugary foods their entire lives, and then what we do, they develop diabetes. So. But anyway, all of that is to say, sugar intake isn't bad. You just gotta regulate it, right? You can have a piece of candy every night for dessert, but or even like a scoop of ice cream. But don't drink 2 cans of Coca-Cola every day. Well, whatever you have, look on the back, nutrition facts. Look at the sugars. And then you look online, Google, how much sugar should I have in a day? Because it's different for every person, but for adult males, 32 grams a day is the limit for sugar. For adults, females, I believe it's like 26 or 28 per day. A can of soda has 50. That is double your daily intake. And most people will drink a can of soda in a sitting. You think about the soda you get from the fast food place, that's more than a can's worth, right? A medium drink from McDonald's is a can and a half, right? That's 3 days worth of sugar if you drink that all in one sitting. Which again, it's not that bad if you regulate it, right? Most people aren't going to have just half a can of soda per day, but the thing is, you can have 1 can of soda or 1 fast food drink once a week, and you'll probably be fine, right? As long as you don't have it every day, you're not going over your limit every single day. That's all that matters, right? But of course, if you go to fast food once a week and get the drink, and you chug it all, and it's way over your limit, you do that on Monday. And then on Tuesday, you eat an entire case of cookies. And then on Wednesday, you eat half a dozen donuts. And then on Thursday, you eat all of your Halloween candy. And then on Friday, you eat sweet and sour chicken, which has a lot of sugar in it. Then, and you do that every single week, you're getting cancer, right? It's like, or you're at least getting diabetes. So it's like, okay, you gotta pick and choose, right? Or you gotta, eliminate things in your life, right? If you're eating a sugary cereal every morning, well, I want to use that sugar for something else. So maybe switch to Cheerios, or don't eat cereal, right? The thing is, it's really hard to avoid sugar, and I wouldn't recommend avoiding natural sugars entirely. A glass of orange juice. You guys think orange juice is pretty healthy, right? 1 glass of orange juice has about like 30 grams of sugar in it. You look at that carton, right? It'll say like, 8 ounces, right? Which is about a glass. A little less than a glass. Will be like 20 or 30 grams of sugar. It's ridiculous. I got Simply orange juice in my fridge. It's a lot of sugar. I've wanted to drink it at night because I'm bored and I want a fruity drink, and so I want to drink this orange juice, but it's like there's so much sugar in 1 glass of it that I'm gonna be staying up until 4 a.m. off of that sugar high. And so I can't do that to myself, and so I can't have the glass of orange juice at night, even though I want to. So, can't have my can of Sprite at night, or Sierra Mist, or whatever I have, right? Because there's so much sugar. It's not the fact that it has sugar in it, it's the fact that it's so much sugar. So, of course, I'm going like really hardcore with it. I'm like no sugar, right? Well, the thing is with me, I look at every single piece of food I put in my mouth. I look at the nutrition facts for it, because I need to track other things. I need to track my calorie intake, make sure I'm getting enough, and I need to track my protein intake, make sure I get enough. And the added benefit is that I'm also looking at so I look at the calories, I look at the protein, and then I also look at the sugar content. Not just the added sugar, but like the total sugar, right? So, the stupid orange juice says no added sugar on the front, but you look on the back, and oranges themselves have a lot of sugar in them. You're not supposed to be eating that many oranges a day. every day for your entire life. So even though a fruit's sugar content is healthier for you than a Coca-Cola's sugar content, it's still excessive. So, and no, I'm not, oh, I have a bowl of blueberries and I'm looking at the nutrition contents for it. I'm not doing that. They don't have the nutrition contents on that package, but I'm not doing that. Right? I'm sure it's a lot of sugar, whatever, right? It's the organic stuff, but I'm sure it still has sugar. I'm not looking at that because the calories are negligible. Fruit doesn't have protein in it, and so it's just, whatever, right? I'm not going to care about the sugar for that, but it's just, I'm not counting everything. I count the calories, but I don't count anything else. I just make sure that, okay, I'm not going overboard. If I have a can of soda, I'm going to look at those nutrition facts, and then I'm going to think, okay, that's a lot, but I still want it. I got to make sure, have I been living a healthy diet up until now? And I'll be like, yes. And so then I'll drink it guilt-free. Because I'm not going to have a can of soda every day. Even if I get a 12-pack, I'm going to be having it like maybe twice a week at most. And that's if I go out of my way to get a 12-pack. If I go to the grocery store, I would just buy one thing of soda, and it's a treat for myself. But, or maybe I'll get like a 2-liter root beer, and I'll drink a cup a night for a week. But then I won't have it again for like a month later, right? So it's, it's not about being like perfect or consistent with it. It's just, you just, like every time, it's just, you just have to make sure that your life as a whole doesn't go over, right? Because if I drink soda every day for a week, my monthly average of sugar intake is still pretty low, right? Because I only drank soda for 1 week out of the month. As opposed to, those kids whose parents don't care about them, and or who don't care about their diets, and so they give them a can of Sierra Mist in their lunchbox every single day. Then those kids have a very high sugar intake average because they're drinking it every day for the entire month, right? They're never taking a break from it. It's never just a treat, right? It's a normal thing. So, the only normal things should be meat, or should be meats, carbs, and vitamins, right? Vitamins for obvious reasons. Meat regulates your body, and carbs gives you calories that you will naturally burn over the day. So, right, you don't want to be anorexic. So nobody needs to be anorexic. I used to be anorexic. That was fun. It wasn't fun at all. But yeah. But anyway, it's about, so anyway, for my protein bars, it's like, okay, they make these protein bars with so little sugar in the first place, but they still gotta make it taste good. So every gram of sugar has to go the full mile, so that it has to be, every gram of sugar has to be stretched out to its maximum, so that the thing still tastes good while being nutritional for you. So, I could have a whole box of protein bars in a day, and I'll get loads of protein, all my calories, and still not hit my sugar caps. So that's a nice thing about these. But so the more sugar that a protein bar has, the less likely that it's using artificial sugaring, which I would rather eat natural sugar than artificial sugar, right? So, or no, alternative sugar, I mean. Alternative sweeteners, I should say. Stevia. I don't know, I haven't done too much research about it, and I'm only going based off of, like, with the whole causes cancer thing, I'm only going based off of, like, news article headlines, which I know is an inaccurate way to do things, but whatever, better safe than sorry, right? That's my policy. It's like, if I find a new piece of information, then whatever. Like, I recently read an article title, and I read maybe a couple paragraphs in the actual article, saying that, low folate levels, folate is a vitamin, low folate levels, or folate or whatever, low folate levels are a contributing factor to dementia. I'm thinking, I don't want to get dementia. And so I'm thinking, what has folate in it? You know, I don't want to have low folate levels. I don't want dementia. What has folate in it? And I didn't even look that up. The article had a picture of asparagus. Right? It's one of those Google articles, and it has a picture and a clickbait title. So I'm like, okay, I don't want dementia. I should eat more folate. And it shows a picture of asparagus, which I'm assuming has folate in it. I didn't even look any of this up, but I just went to the store and I bought a bundle of asparagus. And I've been having that with my pasta. I made a bowl of pasta with asparagus. I did my pasta routine in the microwave, but then I threw the asparagus brushed with salt and cheese, and I threw it in the air fryer. So that turned out pretty good. As good as asparagus can be, right? I don't mind asparagus, so I don't mind throwing that in my diet, or in with my meals, but I didn't like it in the pasta. I should have had it on the side. So, and then I used asparagus. I made shrimp skewers. They had a sale in the meat department at the grocery store. A skewer of shrimp, raw, but seasoned, was $1 each. Something fantastic, right? A cheap product. I don't know if my food stamps works on the meat department stuff. So it wasn't packaged. It was, you guys know how there's the meat counter and they have the glass windows. Well, they have the glass windows on the counter and it shows you all of the meats and the seafoods. It'll have like cut steaks or meat skewers or like shellfish or, you know, lobster tails, things like that. It'll all be on display. But obviously it's in an enclosed refrigerated counter that you can look into. It was one of those, and I didn't know if my food stamps applied to that because I didn't know if it was technically served food or not because it wasn't packaged with a barcode on it. So I'm like, okay, if I get a couple skewers and it ends up not being covered by my food stamps, then at least I'm only down a couple bucks, right? And I've gotten shrimp, which I love shrimp. So it's raw. I still gotta cook it. I threw it in the air fryer. The air fryer is such a genius invention. Oh my god. But it's so convenient. I can throw anything. I can throw raw chicken breast in the air fryer, and it'll come out cooked. Like 15 minutes later, it'll come out cooked entirely, and fried and crispy and tender and shreddable. Wonderful. So anyway, I bought the shrimp skewers, and it ended up being covered. I didn't have to pay any of my own money at the grocery store, so I seemed that I spent like $100. It's all the government's money. Whoopie-doo, right? Somebody else's taxpayer dollars were buying my groceries. Actually, my taxpayer dollars were coming back to me. That's what it is, because I paid way more in taxes than what I've been using in food stamps, so I don't feel like I'm leeching. I feel like they're just giving me my money back in the form of groceries, which I don't care. But yeah. Anyway, so those were covered, so I was really happy about that. So anyway, I made the shrimp skewers in the air fryer, and I also made the asparagus in the air fryer with them, and it's all air fried. I put like a slice of, I bundled up all of the asparagus on the tray, and I put a big slice of cheese on top of them, and I salted it. And then I threw it in the air fryer with the shrimp skewers, and the cheese melted onto the asparagus, and it was delicious. And so I had the asparagus with the shrimp skewers, and it was very good. So anyway, yeah, I've been eating asparagus. I haven't eaten it in a couple of days. It might have gone bad already. Asparagus is expensive, and you gotta buy it by the bundle. You can't, they bundle it up. And the price is per pound, but they don't sell like individual leaves of asparagus at my grocery store, so they probably do elsewhere, but... Because I would only get like a handful. That's what, like 2 meals worth? It's like if I eat it twice a week, it's fine, right? Like, I don't have to worry about my folate levels as much as most Americans do, right? Most McDonald's Americans do, so. But, yeah. Anyway, that's something I never did research in, but I'm just assuming everything based off of the little info I have. Low folate levels cause dementia. I'm taking them at their word. And then a picture of asparagus. Well, that must be the preventative, right? That's, I'm taking them at their word for all of this. It's better safe than sorry, right? Green vegetables don't cause any harms, I don't believe. So, although I did hear something which I did not verify, that I did a little research, but I found conflicting info that some vegetables actually contribute to kidney stones, which I don't know. I don't know how true that is. I did a lot of research on that because that's something I'm fearful of right now. Right, dementia I gotta worry about till I'm 60, but kidney stones are something that I worry about at my current age. So, but nobody in my extended family nobody in my dad's extended family had kidney stones, and my brother didn't, and my dad didn't. So I'm just cross my fingers that I don't. Right. So, but yeah. Anyway, I heard that green vegetables can cause kidney stones, but typically dudes are the ones who have to deal with kidney stones, not women. Have you guys seen pictures of kidney stones? It's not a picture of the thing that's coming out of you, but the what they've done is they've removed a kidney from somebody that had kidney stones, and then they opened up the kidney. And you guys can think of a kidney, right? It's just an organ, right? It's just one of your organs. You guys know what bodily organs look like. So a kidney is the same thing, right? Kidney, liver, intestines, right? It's all the same stuff. Anyway, they took a kidney out of somebody who had kidney stones, and they, opened it up, right? They dissected it. And on the inside of their kidney were all of these sharp stones growing. It was like a crystal cave inside their fucking kidney. It was disgusting. It was scary. Oh my god, it makes the hair on my back stand up. Looking at that picture, it was so scary. It was all these little sharp crystals jutting out in bunches all over the inner walls of their kidney. That was inside their body, inside an organ in their body. Like, no wonder you have to push out kidney stones and it's the worst pain of your life. It's they say top pains of all time. Number 2 is giving birth. That's the second most painful thing, you'll ever naturally have to experience, is giving birth. The number 1 most painful thing is passing a kidney stone. So it's even worse than birth. But that's passing 1 kidney stone. If you get diagnosed with kidney stones, you're passing them for like half a year. You're passing them every day for like half a year because you still gotta pee every day. And you just drink as much water as possible to make the process as smooth as possible, but you're screwed. You're screwed. You're forced to live, right? If you got pregnant and you had to give birth for half a year straight, you die. You would just die, right? Your body can't take that kind of physical toll, and you would be in pain the entire time. That's what kidney stones is like. You pass a kidney stone, hey, you're out for the whole day, right? That's like, and you have to do that every day for your whole life, or for that entire time that you have them. So it's not a lethal disease, but it's like the shittiest thing that can't kill you. So anyway, I'm super scared of that. So, and I think asparagus was one of the things that somebody had said contributes to kidney stones. So I have no idea. I don't know. So anyway, I'm keeping my asparagus to like twice a week so that it's enough to increase my folate levels a little bit, but it's not enough to cause me kidney stones. So it's like, I have to find that balance, right? I can't eat asparagus every day because otherwise I might get kidney stones, right? But I can't not eat it at all because I need to keep my folate levels up. So it's like, oh my god. And then if I don't do it correctly, then I'm always at risk of something, right? It's gonna cause cancer. So anyway, I hate how much I hate how much like anxiety all of this produces, because it's like, because we're not immune to problems, right? Cancer runs in my family. My like half of my mom's entire extended family had some cancer at some point in their lives. My aunt on my mom's side has changed years ago she changed her entire lifestyle, or literally every aspect of her life. She adjusted to make sure she's healthy enough to not get cancer, because the cancer risk in that family is that high. So it's insane. So, and she spent a lot of money. I mean, she was wealthy, but you know. Anyway, so pain in the butt. So it's like I gotta at least start thinking about these things, right? And if I start thinking about them now, and I don't drink a can of Coke every single day, then at least I have a head start compared to the McDonald's Americans who did. By the time I'm older, so I don't have to worry about cancer right now. I'm not gonna be one of those 20-year-olds who gets cancer, but I might get in my old age, so that'll be no fun. Because guess what? Cancer is expensive. Chemotherapy treatments, they're expensive. So I don't want to deal with any of that, right? I don't want to incur any of these medical expenses upon myself. That's what it is. I've already screwed myself with my teeth. I've already spent I've already spent over 10 grand on my teeth, and that's money I could have had in the bank that could have gone towards my future. But no, instead I'm trying to fix the bad choices that I made as a teenager with my teeth. So I don't want anything like else to pop up. So if I gotta start doing chemotherapy on the insurance that I have, I mean, I'm gonna be in medical debt for the rest of my life. So I can't afford that. That's what a lot of people do, is they'll get cancer, and it's a choice between eternal medical debt or just dying from the cancer. And a lot of people choose to just die from the cancer. And I feel like I'm going to be forced into that choice as well later in my life, if I don't start considering my sugar intake and my vitamins and my folate levels and all this other crap. Then, you know, I'm gonna get something, and it's gonna cost me more money than I can afford, and I'm going to just have to die from it. So I'm just gonna have to ignore it. Right? I have two missing teeth that I should have gotten replaced years ago, but it's so expensive to do that I just, there's the technologies there is immediately available. If I went into the dentist today and said, "Hey, I want implants," 6 months from now I would have a full perfect set of white teeth. But I would also have no money in my bank account because it's that expensive. So it's like, okay, what am I choosing? Am I going to choose to have teeth, or am I going to choose to, or am I going to choose to put a down payment on a house, or to get a car in order to go to a good job, or to pay or have a safety net for if something else happens in my life, right? If I get another car accident, or if I get cancer, or if somebody sues me or presses charges against me for whatever, and I need a lawyer, right? That money needs to go toward those things, because those are more important in my life than having a full set of teeth. But at the same time, I have work on my teeth that is pending and that I need to do. I have fillings and I have root canals. I have, you know, all these different problems. I need braces. I need the Invisalign braces, but I can't afford any of that. And all of that stuff's just going to get worse as time goes on. My teeth are going to get more crooked because they have gotten crooked in the past few years. And they're going to get more crooked. They're not like super crooked. They're not like, redneck Tennessee, I never brushed my teeth in my life kind of crooked. They're not that bad. Obviously, if I wore a retainer and I smiled at you, you wouldn't really notice anything too off about my set of teeth, right? You probably wouldn't notice it unless you're looking closely. But if you've been like me and you have been looking closely for the past 10 years, then it looks worse than it did 5 years ago. So I need them. I mean, there are people in their 40s who get braces. I know, it's kind of weird that I know this, but Billie Eilish started her Invisalign treatment when she was like 20 or 21 years old. And she had to take her Invisalign retainer out when she sang in concerts or when she showed up for commercials or things like that. So, and she was in her 20s and she's a celebrity, right? Those people have millions of dollars, and she's still, you know, she was probably poor before becoming famous, so she probably couldn't afford that sort of thing. So now she can, and now she's getting it done. But, you know, if you don't get a bunch of money until you're 50 years old and you got dental work and you need braces, you could get braces at age 50, right? They're not. In fact, a lot of Invisalign commercials are targeted towards adults, actually, people my age and older. So it's very funny to think about, because you think about braces as like you get them when you're a kid, right? You get braces when you're in middle school, and then they're out, and you have a terrible middle school life because braces and acne makes you a dweeb. But then by high school, you get to take them out when you're like 15 or 16, and then it's the best thing in the world, and you brag about it to everybody because it's such a great thing. Because 3 or 4 years with braces as a kid, that's an eternity. So that's an eternity to look like a dweeb. So of course Invisalign eliminates the need to look like a dweeb, right? You guys who are born in this century don't have to worry about that sort of thing. But metal braces that look really bad and that had the rubber bands and everything in them, those are a real thing. That's why as a kid I was thinking, oh, I'm so thankful I don't have to get braces. I don't want to have to deal with that like some of my friends do. But the thing is, I did need braces, but neither of my parents had the insurance or the extra money in order to get the braces for me. So my teeth ended up getting worse. Whereas if I had gotten braces as a kid in middle school, then I wouldn't have to. Then, my teeth would be straight and they'd probably be a lot healthier now too. So yeah, anyway, I did need braces, but now instead of at age 12 that I get them, I'm gonna be 32 when I get them. So I'm not 32 right now, but I need them. But I think it's gonna be another 5 years before I actually get braces. So get my Invisalign before I actually have the money to throw at that. That's because realistically it's not that expensive. My really good dentist was giving me email advertisements. They said $3,000 for the Invisalign. They quoted me $4,000, but they've since offered discounts, and that's without insurance. I'm sure I could find an insurance that there are insurance plans out there that would cover my Invisalign, and it'll actually save me a lot of money. So, but I don't have the money to get on the insurance plans for long enough to qualify for the covered braces, so, or the covered Invisalign. So, and I would want Invisalign. I don't want the metal braces, because that on top of my other teeth problems is gonna be. Ugh. But anyway, this just. Why did I start talking about teeth again? Oh yeah, I need to do whatever I can, whatever I conveniently can, to not develop cancer or any medical conditions that I gotta deal with in the future, right? Whatever is preventable should be prevented. So it's as easy as just you look at the nutrition facts on the back of the box of whatever you're eating or whatever you're buying, and then you consider that, right? I'm not gonna not have my sweet and sour chicken just because it has 30 grams of sugar, which they do have 30 grams of sugar. It's insane. But I'm not going to not eat it per se, but I'm going to consider that, and I'm going to cut down on tomorrow's sugar count because I just had a meal that's high in sugar, right? So, or I had a root beer, a glass of root beer tonight. I gotta make sure that, I'm not consuming. I gotta make sure, the best thing would be, this is really high in sugar. I shouldn't have a second one. That should be kind of the forefront of the thought process, right? A can of Coke, maybe I shouldn't have a second one because it's so high in sugar, and maybe I shouldn't have one tomorrow because it was so high in sugar today, right? And you do that and you're going to be fine, right? It's like I said, it's within your convenience. If there's no food in the house and the only thing you have is a bag of sugar, then so be it, right? It's not the end of the world. I mean, sugar's not going to fill you up. But, but yeah, anyway. It's okay to put salt on your food. Like it's not that bad. Just don't get things that are high in sodium all the time, right? You look at things, right? If you got something from the grocery store and it ends up being high in protein, or I mean high in sugar, or high in sodium, or high in calories, and you don't want any of that, then you just think, okay, I'll still eat it today, but I just won't get this next time. Or maybe when I'm at the grocery store, I'll look at the nutrition facts of the things that I do get or that surround it so I can find a substitute, right? So right now my thing is I've been going to the grocery store and all the foods that I get are high in protein, so are relatively high in protein. And they'll say that on the front of the box. They'll be like, oh, this meal has 30 grams of protein. I'll be like, fantastic, right? And I'll look at the nutrition facts, make sure they're not lying. And I'll look at the calorie count because I need a lot of calories. And then I'll also look at the sugar level. Or I should be looking at the sugar. I actually don't look at the sugar level for frozen foods at the grocery store. Which is why I'm always surprised when I do find that out. Because normally, frozen foods will only have like 10 or less sugar, but sweet and sour chicken has 30. I don't know why it has so much, but it's like, okay, the sweet and sour chicken had 30. The Kung Pao chicken has 10. So I got the sweet and sour chicken. I'll eat it, whatever, right? It's a little sweet. Next time I'll get the Kung Pao chicken instead, right? Keep that in the back of your mind when you're shopping. Or at least, if you don't remember any of this, you at least remember, okay, just look at the stuff at the grocery store. Make sure you're not buying crap, right? If you're shopping at like Whole Foods or Sprouts or whatever, then you're probably not buying crap, most likely. It's still nice to look at the nutrition facts just to make sure you're getting your calories and everything. That's what I have to do, especially when I go to organic places. I have to... Because normally they'll charge you like $8 for a 200 calorie meal, and it's like, okay, well, technically I would need to eat 12 of these today in order to fill up. That's $100 on these meals. That's $100 a day. That is not good calorie to price ratio. So I need to, in order to not waste money, I gotta get something that's cheaper but higher in calories, right? Even if it's a little less healthy. So there's a balance. And it's stuff you think about, right? I'm talking about all of it right now because I've thought about all of it, but I didn't think all of it all today, and I didn't think about it all in one day 10 years ago, right? I thought about a little bit of it over the course of a few years, right? I didn't think about my protein bars until like a couple months ago. When I started buying protein bars, I didn't think about my sweet and sour chicken until I happened to notice it when I started buying microwave meals, last year. I didn't think about the folate levels until I saw a Google article about it. I didn't think about, and it's all at different times, right? So it's just whatever I'm spouting right now is the accumulation of years and years of me doing a little bit at a time, right? It's just I found out one detail this week, and then one detail next month, and then one detail 5 years ago, right? It's like it's all of that combined, and it's just like instinctual knowledge now, right? Just like I don't know. You learn how the world works as you keep living, right? It's not like you were born and you know somebody told you everything you needed to know to survive the day you were born, right? And they didn't tell you everything you needed to know to survive when you were 18 or when you were 30, right? You learned it little by little, piece by piece over the years and years that you've been alive, and it all became instinctual, right? You learned how to walk on your own 2 feet and stop when there's people blocking you. You learned to talk to people when you have to, but then avoid them when you don't want to, right? You've learned to pick out short meals to cook, or meals with a short cooking time when you have something to do or you're busy, but then you pick little longer meals to cook when you have the free time, right? It's all these little things, right? It's all these little aspects of life, and there's millions of them that you've accumulated over time, and then over the years and years, every day you've pieced every single detail together, and it's all become instinctual, right? So it's the same with health. The thing is, they don't teach kids how to be healthy. They don't teach you from a young age, and it's not like a continual thing. They give you one health class in high school. That's not enough, right? It's not ingrained knowledge if it's learned in a classroom, once. But if they taught it to you, if they, took 10 minutes out of every school day for a kindergartner to learn about healthy foods versus not healthy foods, and then in first grade about what kind of vitamins you need to be getting, and then in second grade about how much protein you're going to need as an adult, and then all of this, right? If it was every day, it was gradual like everything else is, then you would learn how to be healthy. But the thing is, America doesn't teach you that, because America wants to sell you unhealthy, GMO, non-organic fast food. So because that's where they make their money, right? So they don't care if a third of their population is unhealthily obese, and the other 2/3 are at a risk for cancer. They don't care about that, right? That's just more money that somebody gets to make, and the more problems you have. So the thing is, living in this country, you have to teach yourself these things, right? And it's a very gradual process, right? Again, it's not I read 50 beginner tips on how to transform into a healthy lifestyle, right? And, don't do that. You just do it a little bit at a time. Count your calories, right? Just the one thing, right? Count your calories. Look at not even count your calories. Look at the nutrition facts. There you go. There's your first step. Look at the nutrition facts. Don't even think about the nutrition facts. Just get in the habit of looking at them, right? Do that for a month. Look at every meal that you have for a month. If you forget some, so what, right? You weren't getting any information out of that anyway. You're just looking at it. Look at it for a month. Once you've gotten used to looking at it, now you can look at specific aspects. Look at the calories for a month on the nutrition facts. And then month 3, start counting the calories. Oh, you're having 800 calories for breakfast? Well, you're going to get fat, Or, oh, that meal only has 200 calories, but it costs $10. Is that really worth your money? That's a waste of money, right? You start thinking about these things over a long period of time, right? You build up to it. So it's not something to do all at once. So. But the thing is, you build up to it, and it's done at your convenience, and it's done very slowly over a long period of time. And then 10 years from now, you're going to be living a healthy lifestyle that you didn't even notice, right? I've been counting calories I count my calories on my meals, and I consider my eating window, even though I'm not watching my calories or my fasting, right? I'm not doing that, right? I'm not specifically dieting towards those objectives, but I'm still doing it out of habit. And because I'm doing it out of habit, it's something that I can consider, right? Oh, I probably shouldn't have a midnight snack because I had an early breakfast today. Oh, I'm hungry. Did I have enough calories today? And then I remember back to, all the nutrition facts that I read today. Or, I just think, okay, I had 2 protein bars, a cup of coffee, and a bowl of pasta. That's like 1,600 calories total. No, I did not have enough. Right, I need 2,400. Right, I didn't have enough calories. But of course, if I was a short woman, then I did have enough calories. Right, one bowl of meatballs and pasta and a couple of protein bars should fill you up for the day because that's enough calories and enough protein for you to sustain you. It's not bowl of pasta is not the healthiest thing, but you take what you can get, right? You make sure you're surviving every single day. But yeah, it's just. But if I was ignorant of what I was putting in my body, then I wouldn't be able to do any of that. And it's like, oh, I'm hungry. Well, I'm gonna go grab a Krispy Kreme donut, and then eat Krispy Kreme donuts until I'm full, and all of a sudden I've eaten a whole box of it, and then I get cancer tomorrow. And it's like, okay, well. It's like it's just being aware, right? But it's aware at your convenience, right? It's not like I'm going out of my way. It's not like I have an alarm set for when my eating cycle ends, and it's not like I have like a reminder post-it note on my computer saying, "Oh, make sure you count your calories," right? I'm not doing that, right? It's because that'd be forceful. I'm doing it at my convenience, so. It's done at your convenience, and it's done over time until you learn to do it instinctually, and you will learn to do it instinctually. So anyway, it's just one of those things that they'll never teach you, but it's like it can be life-saving to do. So it can be life-saving to start now in preparation for the future. And even if you're like 60 years old right now, it's like it's still good to start doing that. And if you're 60 and it takes you 10 years to get on track to a healthy diet, then assuming you're still alive at 70, then you'll have a healthy lifestyle at 70, right? And it's like that was a benefit, right? It's just a little bit of thing, right? It all starts with look at the nutrition facts. Don't even think about the nutrition facts. Just look at it, right? Just get in the habit of you pick up a meal, you pick up a frozen food or whatever from your freezer, and you turn it over. As you're cooking it in the microwave, you turn it over and you look at where are the nutrition facts. Oh, there they are. Oh, 200 calories. I don't know how many calories I need to eat, but it's interesting. This one has 200 calories. That's all you need to do, right? That's all you need to do. You don't need to do anything else. You don't need to do anything else because the other stuff that you should do will come later, right? It'll come later because you're going to be looking at those nutrition facts every day, and then eventually you're going to be noticing the calories. And eventually you'll notice the protein. And eventually you'll notice the sugar and the sodium, and then you'll get interested naturally, right? What are these numbers that I'm looking at every day? Well, let's find out, right? It's like so. The only reason I got interested in it, the only reason that I do it in the first place, is because I need to make sure I get enough. If I look up, okay, if I'm thinking I'm hungry all the time, am I eating enough? And then I looked up online, hey, am I eating enough? And they're like, okay, well, an adult male who's 6'2" needs 2,400 calories. At 150 pounds, you need 2,400 calories in order to survive. Half your weight in protein, less than 30 grams of sugar. There's sodium levels, there's vitamin levels, whatever, right? But I haven't even looked at that, right? Years of this, and I haven't even looked at vitamin levels, right? So, but yeah, it's like, and I just do that. And I was like, okay, I should be making sure I get enough calories. So I looked at the nutrition facts. And there you go, right? Every meal, I was like, okay, I'm going to look at the nutrition facts to make sure I'm eating enough because I don't want to be hungry tonight when I go to bed because I can't sleep when I'm hungry. So, and I did that. What'd we do, right? And then my intermittent fasting, I listened to some expert talk about it on a podcast. Fantastic, right? Best source of information is the Joe Rogan podcast. So it's not. But anyway, I just took what the lady was saying. I looked it up after she talked about it, and there was conflicting information as always, different opinions. But I was thinking, okay, she said you start off at a 12-hour fast, right, and a 12-hour eating cycle. I'm like, okay, I could do that. just what could I do, right? I sat there for 5 minutes. I thought about it. I'm like, okay, I'll try this for a month. And then I tried it for a month. And I ended up sticking with it for more than a month. But anyway, that's beside the point because I stopped doing that. I stopped doing intermittent fasting seriously. But the thing is, I still look at the clock. I'm still like, okay, maybe I'm not doing, I'm not even thinking about it, right? I just look at the clock. Whenever I first bite of my food or first sip of coffee or orange juice or whatever I have in the morning, I look at the clock. I started my fast at 10:45. Great. 12 hours, 10:45 tonight. That's when my fast ends. Am I going to adhere to that? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe at midnight I'll have another protein bar, right? So like that's outside of my fasting window, right? I'm not really sticking to that diet. But that's the thing, it's an instinctual thing. I still looked at the clock when I took my first bite of food. I'm aware of that now. And I'm aware of that, and some days I'll stick to that. And it's those some days that I stick to that eating cycle, or that I happen to stick to that eating cycle, that are contributing towards my health. So, obviously at 3 in the morning, I'm not going to eat a full meal, right? Because, I have the whole intermittent fasting thing ingrained in me. But, it's still good to be aware. I don't necessarily have to follow the diet to just be aware of what's going on, right? So, and that's what it is. Being healthy doesn't mean being strict. Being healthy just means being aware of what you're doing. And if you're choosing to have a cheat day every other day, so be it, right? But you're aware of that. And you're aware that you're cheating by having extra sugar, or by having extra fat, or by eating a midnight snack, or whatever it is, right? You're aware of that. And the thing is, just simply because you're aware of that and you're conscious of it, means that you're going to do it less. Naturally, you're going to do it less. As opposed to the 500-pound person who lives off of, who has a 24/7 McDonald's, and who drinks 10 cans, who drinks a 12-pack of Coke every day. That person isn't aware of what they're doing. And they're not aware of what they're doing, and they're going to die at 40. Because of diabetes, induced cancer, dementia, Alzheimer's, leukemia, right? They're going to get everything under the sun, and it'll be a COVID death. So, because they weren't aware. And because they weren't aware, they just continued doing what they were doing without thinking anything was wrong with it. So, right. It just would have taken a little bit to keep them alive, but they didn't get that little bit. And I'm not necessarily faulting them for that. It's the way that Americans are brought up. It's our American culture and our American education system does not value health. So, especially nowadays with this whole fat acceptance thing, which is ridiculous, fat acceptance shouldn't be a thing because you're essentially saying, hey, it's okay to kill your body. You shouldn't be ashamed that you're unhealthy. You shouldn't be ashamed that people find you unattractive. We're just going to tell everybody else that they're discriminating against you for not liking fat people, right? People who are fat are statistically less likely to live. They're statistically less likely to survive. They're statistically less likely to have energy while they are alive. They're statistically less likely to get pregnant or to have healthy babies or healthy births. They're statistically less likely to be good parents. There's parents who contribute towards the health of their kids. They're less likely to, be every positive thing you could think a human being to be. Not saying every fat person's a bad guy, but it's the fact that it's the fact that fat acceptance is trying to change is trying to make people think of being fat as a positive, when it is not a positive. It is the farthest from a positive you could ever be as a human being without being addicted to drugs. So, and the thing is, we're not, as a society, we're not only not keeping people aware of their health, but we're encouraging people to be unhealthy. And why do you guys think that there's a cultural phenomenon about fat acceptance? Why do you guys think, who benefits from fat people being accepted in society. There's two groups of people who benefit. One is the people who are already fat, because everybody has to accept them and nobody can discriminate against them, right? It's a benefit towards them, which is completely selfish. But more importantly, the second group who benefits are the fast food companies. McDonald's benefits, Taco Bell benefits, Burger King, Wendy's, Carl's Jr. or Hardee's, depending on where you are in the country. GMO foods, caged chickens, just, Tyson chickens, just, maybe not those, but like the fast food companies, Coca-Cola, Coca-Cola and Pepsi, those companies, they benefit. Why do they benefit off of fat acceptance? Well, the more people who are okay with being fat, the more customers that McDonald's gets. It's okay if you're fat and you eat McDonald's all the time. Therefore, go eat McDonald's all the time. McDonald's profits. It's okay to drink 5 cans of Coca-Cola a day. Therefore, go buy Coca-Cola every single day from the grocery store. Coca-Cola profits. Pepsi profits. Wendy's profits. Taco Bell profits. These companies make money off of cultural changes in society. You guys ever wonder why have all these cultural changes been beneficial for big companies, or have encouraged people to give money to big companies? It's because it's not just the fat people who are begging for acceptance. It's big vested financial interests who are pushing that acceptance onto a national scale. I mean, it's the same thing with the Trump riots. Back in 2016, you had one billionaire, George, what was his name? George Soros. He was paying for everybody to get together and to riot in the Capitol and riot, during the election and all that stuff. He was the sponsor for all the Black Lives Matters protests and all of that, right? You don't get anywhere without money, and so it's the people who have a lot of money who have a lot of influence over what's happening. So, why do you guys think the whole transgender movement is being pushed forward? It costs money. Who's paying the money? Well, it's big companies. So what do the big companies benefit from transgender movements? Well, workers' rights isn't being talked about right now because transgender rights are being talked about right now. So companies don't have to, companies can say, oh, we support the transgender people, while at the same time they can pay their workers a pittance and treat them like crap, and nobody complains, because that's not the hot topic right now. The hot topic is transgender tolerance. The hot topic is racism. The hot topic is fat acceptance. The hot topic is the war in Ukraine. The hot topic is COVID. The hot topic is anything that doesn't cost big companies money. In fact, the hot topic is normally things that make big companies even more money, that persuade people to go buy more things. So that's where you're getting at. So anyway, the whole point with this is that American culture does not encourage healthy living, because healthy living is not profitable for the big companies. If everybody started living healthy and cut sugar out of their lives, Coca-Cola would go out of business. Pepsi would go out of business. McDonald's stores would close everywhere across the nation. If people started trying to be healthy on a national scale, all across the country, those businesses would fail. So those businesses will try everything they can to steer the American people away from a healthy lifestyle. That's why 1 out of every 3 people in this country is clinically obese, because they're the ones that McDonald's needs and Coca-Cola needs to keep them profitable. So that's what it is. So anyway, my whole point obviously it's a system, and it's a system far beyond the scope and power that any one person can change. But so that's not my whole point with this. I'm not saying down with the oligarchy or anything like that. I'm saying, revolution, right? Anarchy. I'm not saying any of that. What I am saying is you have to try extra hard to live a healthy lifestyle. That's what it is, because you're going to hear so much noise about not living healthy. Even if like your immediate family or the people around you aren't unhealthy, the rest of society is, right? You can walk down the street and there's a fast food place there, guaranteed. Or there's at least a convenience store that sells fast food level food items. I can walk down the street and there's 3 fast food places in my immediate area within walking distance. I can walk 2 blocks and there's 6 fast food places within that 2-block radius. 2 blocks, 10 minutes, a 10-minute walk, right? That's a 2-minute car drive. It's so easy. But then the nearest grocery store is halfway across the city. The nearest Whole Foods is all the way across the city. So what do you think people in my town are consuming? They're consuming McDonald's. They're consuming Coca-Cola products. Bought at that McDonald's. So anyway, it's, our entire society, our entire country is structured towards being unhealthy. And it's socially and culturally encouraged to be unhealthy and to think positively about unhealthy habits. So don't do that, right? Obviously you have to move away from that and not fall for that. So yeah, it's hard. It's hard to live a healthy lifestyle in America, but thank God we have that one government regulation that says put nutrition facts on your food and don't lie about it. We have that one thing, and some food companies will still lie about their nutrition facts. I'm sure these protein bars aren't listing everything that they have, but what can you do, right? You take it all with a grain of salt, and you try to live the best life you can, right? That's why I say don't take it too seriously. Don't take like living healthy too seriously, because if you have to do research on every single food item that you put in your mouth, then you're going to go crazy, right? You're going to eat the same 3 things every single day because you're afraid to try anything else, right? You can't go overboard in that direction either, right? Just as obesity is an extreme that you have to avoid, so is like super healthiness. That's an extreme that you have to avoid. If we lived in a different country, or if we had easier access to healthy foods, then sure, you could safely start obsessing about your diet. And some people do, and some Americans do. But it's not worth it for the amount of more benefit that you're going to get from it, right? If you want to eat fast food once a week, then eat fast food once a week. It doesn't matter, right? If you want to have a Coke or a Pepsi or a Sprite or a Mountain Dew once a week, so be it, right? It's like, you do that and you enjoy it, right? You don't think about, oh, there's so many calories, oh, there's so much sugar in this drink, right? You just think, hey, this drink has a lot of sugar, maybe we don't we don't drink it more than once a week. Or maybe we take a break from it for a while, or whatever, right? It's a treat. It's a treat, and it's a treat, it's a craving. And the nice thing about cravings is that if you have a relatively healthy lifestyle, right? Healthier than the average diabetes patient. If you have a relatively healthy lifestyle, then you can satisfy cravings. Oh, I really want a donut right now. Well, you can have that donut because you didn't have sugary foods for the past week. Good job. Now you can have that donut, right? You crave a donut. If you're craving something insanely unhealthy every single day, then yeah, that's a problem. But I don't know, at least with me, I'll crave certain things. I suppress my cravings pretty much, or I just ignore my cravings typically because of price. I'm often in the mood for Chipotle. Like, I'll have that craving once a month. I'll want to go get a Chipotle burrito, but I'm not spending $10 on one burrito when I could technically make that burrito at home for the same price on food stamps, or for cheaper, but on food stamps as well. But I just want to ride my skateboard down to Chipotle. It's a 10-minute ride. Put in some music, get my burrito custom made, ask for a water cup and fill up on a flavored beverage with that water cup while they're not looking. And then I just want to go to the park and eat my burrito, eat my pre-made burrito that was convenient at the park while I stare at the sky. Like, that's what I want to do. Like, once a month, I want to do that. I don't. Because that would cost me money. That would cost me money to do that. So, what I do instead is if I have a craving for Chipotle, I'll look on my phone. Chipotle doesn't have coupons on their app, unfortunately. So, they jip me out of points. They let my points expire, and I called them and they refused to let their points. They refused to give me back the points, even though I complained. Can you guys believe that? I think I complained about this on stream before, but you have to spend $120 at Chipotle to get one free burrito. Their burritos cost them nothing to give away. In fact, I've gone over there during an inconvenient time and they've just given me the burrito for free before. But anyway, the points on their app, you need to spend $120 at Chipotle. That's a lot of money. That's like 13 burritos that you need to get. And then you'll get one for free. That is... What's that? A 6% return. That's like a 6% money back return, right? There are some credit cards that give you a better return rate than fucking Chipotle does, and that's, you have to spend the money at Chipotle, and you have to, and the free item is at Chipotle. So it costs them nothing to give you a free item. But anyway, I got like half of the points. I spent like $60 over a couple of years at Chipotle. Well, the thing is, they changed their app policy, and now not only do you have to spend $120 over there, but you have to do all of that within 1 year. You have to spend $120 over there in 1 year. Otherwise, your points will expire. If you don't spend those points in a year, which you can't spend the points unless you get the free burrito, then the points expire and you have to start all over. So I had like $60 worth of points. I was halfway to a burrito, and my points disappeared. And so I called customer service and I'm like, "Hey, where are my points? I spent $60 at your establishment, and I was going to continue to spend money at your establishment so I could earn my free burrito." And they're like, "Yeah, no, the points expire." And I'm like, "Well, that's dumb. I'm a paying customer. Can you give me my points back?" And they're like, "No, we're not going to give you your points back. They expire within a year." And something, okay, you just lost a customer. It's $120 that you expect me to spend a year. Like, you expect me to be like to spend my entire paycheck at Chipotle within a year in order to get one free burrito. One. And if I don't do it within your time limit, then you're just gonna rob me of that privilege, right? A privilege that was gained by giving you guys all of my money. $120, I could make myself 100 burritos with that kind of money. But no, they're gonna give me one free burrito with that money. So it's so stupid. It's so stupid. They're so cheap. They are so cheap. They do not want to give away that one burrito. They want to make damn sure. They don't care how many customers they lose. They will never give away a burrito. It is beyond them to give any kind of appropriate financial compensation towards their loyal customers at all. It's so bad. It's such a bad business practice. And just like with Call of Duty, it's like, geez, no wonder why, people don't go to Chipotle as much. It's still around. But they're going to lose customers over that. They lost me as a customer. I can see similar people getting annoyed that, hey, I can see somebody who was 1 point away, $1 away from getting their free burrito, but then they went to the hospital and they couldn't eat Chipotle because it was a medical concern. And then they got out of the hospital next year and they go to the app and they're like, man, I'm going to treat myself to that free burrito. And their points expired because they were in the hospital. And they call customer service, and customer service doesn't budge because they are that stingy about their money. And so that guy gets mad. Hey, I just spent a year in the hospital and all I could think about is Chipotle, and you won't even, I've been a loyal customer for my whole life, but you won't even give me my points back. And they'll be like, yeah. Because that's the same spiel that I gave to them, minus saying that I was in a hospital. Which I probably, at this point, I should have said, hey, I spent the last year in the hospital, so I couldn't use the points, but I've, been a loyal customer, and I've been thinking about returning to Chipotle all this time. I should have said that. But, whatever, right? The fact that you would have to lie about that in the first place just to get your proper compensation. It's insanity. It's for how expensive it is. It's insanity. So, whatever. It's like it would have been better if they just didn't have the app in the first place. If they just didn't have the points in the first place, because it's obvious that people aren't going to be earning free burritos with this. So, anyway, so I was super pissed off. So I felt like they created a system that they said was going to reward you for your loyalty, and they're going to give it's a 6% return on your money. 6%, and that's at their prices. That's at their $10 a burrito prices. So the fact that they wouldn't even give you that, which is, by the way, a complete profit, because if I earned a free burrito for every one burrito that I bought, if I go there today, buy a burrito, and then I go there tomorrow and get a free one, they will still have made a profit, even though I did a buy one get one free. They will still make a profit off of me. But no, they don't. They're cheapskates. Why did I start complaining about all this? Anyways, yeah. So I'm never going to Chipotle again. So, I get cravings for Chipotle, but then I remember how crappy a company it is, and so I'd never go there again. And so what I do instead, when I get a Chipotle craving, is I go on my phone, I go on the app, on different apps, Wendy's or McDonald's or whatever, and I look at, okay, who has a deal today? And Wendy's has $1 Dave single and free French fries. I'm like, man, $1 for a good cheeseburger and some fries. That's fantastic. And so I go to Wendy's, I get my cheeseburger, my fries, scan the app, like it's $1.08 because of tax. Fantastic, right? What a great price. What a steal, right? I didn't have to give money to Chipotle. I didn't have to give a stupid amount to Chipotle, and I got just as much food. Right? It's that fried, greasy food. It's all in all its goodness. And then I get that food, I leave, go to the park, eat my food while I stare at the sky. There you go, right? That's my once a month. So, there's a park nearby here that has a baseball field that nobody uses. So I'll just go up on the bleachers of the baseball park, and I'll eat my food and my skateboard there, and I'll stare at the sky. I'll be listening to Japanese music. It's great. I love it. That's my happy place. Only for a little bit. Then I get bored after like 10 minutes, and then I go home. Got my video games. But yeah, no, it's nice. I like to do that at dusk. It's really nice if you do it at like 7 p.m. because the sun is just setting and it's getting cooler. It's nice. Ooh, maybe it's drizzling outside a little bit. Ah, oh, very nice. And I don't have a hood on. Ooh, even better. Ugh, wearing a hood in the rain sucks. Not like a poncho hood, like those are fine, but wearing like, you guys know hoodies, right? Like the clothes hoodies. Those it's just cloth, right? If it's raining and you put your hood on your hoodie up, the hoodie cloth is just gonna get wet. And then it's gonna be like a damp towel on top of your hair. Why do I want that when it's raining? if the top of my head is gonna get damp from the hoodie getting soaked anyway, I might as well just take the hood off and just get the rain in my hair directly. I don't need it to be indirectly seeping through from the cloth of the hood, right? People here don't own raincoats because it doesn't rain that much in California. You get maybe like 5 or 6 days of rain per year in California. It's terrible. And it all happens during one season. So, like during the summer, you can go 6 months during the summer without getting any rain. And yes, summer does last 6 months here. Summer lasts actually like 7 or 8 months here. And then we get like a 1 month spring and fall, and then like a 2 month winter. That's about it. So, but yeah. Anyway, nobody here owns raincoats because it doesn't rain that often. So, if you buy a raincoat, like, for one rainy day, then you're probably gonna lose the raincoat before the next time you need it. Like, more than likely. It's just gonna stay in your closet forever. And then you're not gonna know where it is because you go through so many summer clothes here. Because even on the coldest days of winter, they're like half the city goes out in a t-shirt and shorts because it's that warm. It's ridiculous. It's not that warm. Like I still wear a jacket and jeans, but some people, like people who are coming from Canada, they're gonna be t-shirt and shorts because it never goes below freezing here. I think the lowest it got last winter was like 35 degrees, and that was like the middle. That was like 1 a.m. on the coldest day was like 35 degrees, which means that a cup of water is not going to freeze in that temperature. So I want to move to Canada. Canada sounds nicer. If it wasn't for all the political crap that was going on over there, Canada would be my go-to. But it's very political over there, so... Or, well, they're trying to be more like America. Because Canada has European level social policies, which I like. But then they also have a bunch of American companies over there who want it. They have American-like companies over there who want to take advantage and who are paying the politicians in order to change laws. So your health insurance is tied to your employment and all that stuff. So I just gotta move to Europe. If I can finish my degree in college in the next like 4 years, then I can just get a work visa and move to another country. I just gotta work there full time I gotta work in Europe for 5 years, and then they'll give me residency. Full-time job for 5 years. Small price to pay. Obviously, I would rather spend those 5 years like with my loved ones, but maybe when I have a kid and the kid is like 2, then I can start. And so when the kid is like ages 2 to 8, then that's when I'm going to be working full time. And so I'll still get to see the kid, but my wife is going to be busy taking care of the kid, and I'll just work. And then by the time my kid's older, then I'll be around all the time to enjoy life. And my wife, who won't be as busy, because when your kid becomes a preteen or a teenager, they're not that high maintenance anymore. So they're pretty self-sufficient. So you feed them and make sure to pay attention to them, but that's about it, right? You don't need to do much more than that. You give them their space, but you make yourself available for when they want to come to you. So perfect conditions for me and my wife just to sit on the couch in the living room and play our video games or watch our anime or whatever, right? The kid can come in and join in or whatever, but right. Whereas as opposed to if I started working when I first meet my wife, before we have a kid, then I'm not going to be able to spend all the time with my wife. And then when we do have a kid and I don't need to work, then we're going to be busy with the kid. So, and then we're not going to, from ages 2 to 8, we're not going to have that much free time for ourselves. So I need to time it to where I can do my full-time job duties at the same time as at the same time as like her taking care of the kid for the most part. And then I'll come home and I'll obviously take over and care for the kid as well, and my wife. But you know, it that'll be a better time to have like a 5 year working section of my life. So I time it for that. So, but of course, all that is dependent on if I can get my degree in something that I can get a working visa for and be able to leave the country and take my family with me. So it's all dependent on that. But yeah, because again, I don't mind working if there's an end to it. So I'd rather live in Norway or Finland where I can get health insurance for nothing. And then what do I have to do there? I can get a grocery store job to pay the bills. Hopefully I get enough money to own my own property over there, so a weekend grocery store job will just, it'll pay for the power and the water and stuff. They'll give you free groceries if you're poor, and they'll give you free healthcare if you're poor. And they'll give you free everything if you're poor over there. So all I got to do is be poor, but not homeless, and then life's set, right? Go to the hospital whenever you want, no cost to you. Get all my dental work done, no cost to me. You know, my kid wants to go to college. Well, there's free college. Wonderful, wonderful. Europe had it figured out way before America did. So anyway, yeah, like I've said before, I gotta get out of this country. That's what it is. So that's what you do. That's what you do. Anyway, I gotta do this essay. I have 2.5 hours left to do this essay. I need to read 2 sections of my textbook. Wait, is this a textbook or is this... Oh no, that's the information is on the page. Okay. You read 2 sections and then spend time exploring 2 concepts or principles which intrigued you the most. You'll want to dive deep into these compelling concepts. Oh, you're calling yourself compelling. How egotistical. But reflective writing does a little more than uncover what you learned. You'll need to answer, what did you learn? Why does what you learn matter? And how will you use what you learned in your life? Okay, cool. So I chose... Well, I mean, it's only 4 options. Okay, so I chose skills for success and communication process. So this thing says can you repeat yourself? 15 to 20 sentences. Okay, so let's say 16 sentences. That's 8 sentences each. So 3 for the what and 5 for the other 2. Great. All right, let's read some of this. I'm taking interpersonal communication, so that's just how to talk to other people, basically. They have a picture of 6 people at a dinner table discussing stuff with each other. Or 6 people at a dinner table, but they're not eating dinner. They're talking and they're discussing things. Considering that I had such a struggle socially last night, I think that I should take this class seriously and actually learn stuff from it. Like, take my time to learn stuff from it. But I don't want to. I'll learn what I can, or what I can naturally from this, but I cut corners in these college classes so much. You don't need any of this. This isn't like a specialized class, it's a GE requirement. Here we go. Forms of communication. Interpersonal. So there's 5 forms of communication: interpersonal, intrapersonal, small group discussion, public speaking, and mass communication. So let's see here. Intrapersonal communication occurs when you are communicating with yourself using internal vocalization or reflective thinking. Oh, so it's when you talk to yourself. I'm just kidding. It's when you have thoughts and you think stuff, but there's no second person to receive your thoughts. Right? You're just it's a one-sided conversation. That's what your thoughts are. Reflective thinking. Like other forms of communication, intrapersonal communication is triggered by some internal or external stimulus. We may communicate about ourselves about what we want to eat due to internal stimulus of hunger, or we may react intrapersonally to an event we witness. Unlike other forms of communication, intrapersonal communication takes place only inside our heads. So I can't be speaking. The other forms must be perceived by someone else in order to count as communication. Oh, I see. So what's the point of intrapersonal communication if no one else sees it? I hope no one sees me talking to myself. Serves several social functions. Internal vocalization, or talking to ourselves, can help us achieve or maintain social adjustment. It has not worked for me. A person may use self-talk to calm himself down in a stressful situation, or a shy person may remind herself to smile during a social event. We also use intrapersonal communication or self-talk to let off steam, process emotions, think through something, or rehearse what we plan to say or do in the future. Ah, see, that's something I can agree with. Process emotions and to think through stuff. That's the 2 reasons I talk to myself. I guess also to let off steam. Although this is just more like reactions like, ah, God, stupid thing. You know, it's just something like that. So sometimes we intrapersonally communicate for the fun of it. I'm sure we all had the experience of laughing out loud because we thought of something funny. In all instances, it's usually unplanned and doesn't include a clearly defined goal. We can, however, engage in more intentional intrapersonal communication. In fact, deliberate self-reflection can help us become more competent communicators as we become more mindful of ourselves and our behaviors. Your inner voice might praise or scold you based off a thought or action. They have a picture of some depressed-looking girl on a windowsill looking out the window. Oh, she's thinking about life. Oh my god. As humans do. Of all forms of communication, this has received the least amount of formal study. It's rare to find courses devoted to the topic, and it's generally separated from the remaining 4 types of communication. The main distinction is that intrapersonal communication is not created with the intention that another person will perceive it. It's totally an individual experience. Success in all forms of communication relies on a message being consumed and a relationship being developed. Okay, so I can just write about that. So basically, I'm supposed to answer, what did I learn? Oops. Intrapersonal communication is the process of thinking to of what it was of intrapersonal communication is the process of thinking or vocalizing your thoughts to yourself. Whether it's reacting to whether it's reacting to stimulus or events, stimulus or situations, or if it's or if it's just self-reflective thought. Intrapersonal communication is simply the concept of communicating to is communicating with only yourself and not others. That's better. Okay. Self and not others. Dark. I believe intrapersonal communication is very important in processing the things that you have to deal with in life. From stressful situations to your own emotions. Being able to properly communicate these things within yourself is very important for your mental well-being. This matters because without intrapersonal communication, humans wouldn't be able to process the world around them and react properly to it. This could cause this would lead to people not being able to learn and adapt to their environment, if they didn't have intrapersonal thought, if they didn't have intrapersonal thoughts to help process and guide them towards throughout life. There we go. Okay, they organized this on the what, so what, now what. Already in my life, I am a very self-reflective person. I communicate with myself intrapersonally, concerning every emotion I feel and situation I have to deal with. Nope. Intrapersonally is now a word. Alright? Interpersonally is a word, but intrapersonally should be a word. However, however, now that I know that intrapersonal communication is a recognized form of communication, I will confidently be able to continue my daily bouts of self-talk without feeling self-conscious about looking weird about in public, since I am. However, now that I know that intrapersonal communication is a recognized form of communication, I will confidently be able to continue my daily bouts of self-talk without feeling self-conscious about looking weird in public, since I am doing the mental, since I am just performing the mentally healthy action of intrapersonal communication. Alright, cool. How many sentences do I have so far? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 sentences. Yeah, 9 sentences so far. Nice. So technically I only need 6 more. Very nice. Alright, cool. What's my next concept I want to learn about? I shouldn't do one from the same page. The interactive model of community. Oh wait, what's the most recent one? Social context. Here we go. we don't simply communicate about our realities. Communication helps us to construct our realities. Ah, that sounds like gaslighting. It sounds like, it's because they're saying, I mean, I believe it. When we talk about things with other people, we are not only are we taking in information from them, from their perspective, but we are also, by talking, we are also organizing our own thoughts. That's what I do a lot on stream, is that I can talk a lot about a topic that I don't know anything about, because as I am talking, I am organizing my thoughts and delving deeper into it than I would have, by myself, right? If I didn't talk about it. Because a thought process, an understanding of something, is something that's built upon, and it's built upon through communication. So, or it's built upon by talking about it, whether you're talking to yourself or you're talking to somebody else. And since streaming falls right in the middle, it's right in the middle of talking to yourself and talking to someone else. Then, because I technically am talking to other people on the stream, but I'm not getting any feedback from them or whatever. So it's a one-sided conversation, basically. I'm still organizing my thoughts to be able to communicate it properly. And so in organizing my thoughts, I discover new things and I gain a greater understanding of it. But you know what? But, even though that concept exists, it reminds me of gaslighting. Gaslighting is the idea that, or gaslighting is the thing where a situation will happen, and then somebody tells you an incorrect version of that situation, to the point where you believe they're right and you're wrong, and you believe that, and you're convinced that your perception of whatever it is was wrong. And you can gaslight about memories, you can gaslight about events that have just happened, you can gaslight about opinions or people's knowledge or whatever. But essentially what gaslighting is when you force somebody else when you convince somebody that their view of a situation is wrong. You are gaslighting when you're doing that, because, or well, not because, but it's when your version of things is incorrect, but you're still pushing that onto somebody else. Your version isn't right. That's not what happened, but you're still saying it as if it is right, and that is what happened. And it's used a lot in abuse, because abuse comes from, abuse is two things. Abuse can either be the violence lashing out against somebody in an extreme way, or it can be the manipulation of somebody in order to side with you to feed your own ego. And so when I talk about abuse, it's normally manipulation. It's normally, you convince somebody that they're wrong and you're right, and you break them down mentally by doing that. That's abuse, or that's manipulative abuse. So, and you can use that for just abusive purposes, right? To make yourself feel good by injuring them, or you could use that for manipulative purposes to make them do stuff for you that they wouldn't have otherwise, right? If you didn't use such underhanded tactics. So anyway, yeah. Gaslighting, like an example would be, I don't know, you put the dishes, or you clean the dishes, let's say. I don't know, I'm thinking of like the most basic thing. So let's say you clean the dishes, and then you put them out to dry, right, on the rack or whatever. And then something happens and the dishes are dirty again, and the parent, or more dirty dishes appear in the sink, and the parent goes to the kid and will be like, oh, you didn't do the dishes. The kid knows that he did the dishes, right? The kid clearly cleaned the dishes and let them out to dry. But there are dirty dishes now. And so the parent will use gaslighting in order to convince the kid, no, you didn't do the dishes. No, you didn't do the dishes. There are dirty dishes in the sink. There are no clean dishes in the drying rack. Maybe because somebody put them away, or maybe because somebody used them to and then made it dirty and then put it in the sink. But anyway, regardless of what it is, the kid cleaned the dishes, but for some reason they're not there anymore. And so now the parent is accusing the kid of not cleaning the dishes. And the parent will incessantly yell at the kid and say, the dishes aren't there, they're not cleaned. If they were cleaned, they would be in the drying rack, and they're not there, so you didn't do them. You didn't do the dishes, you just stayed in your room and played your video games, or you were lazy and you didn't do the dishes, or whatever, right? And the parent will yell at the kid and show the kid that there are no clean dishes in the drying rack, like the kid would have done. And the parent, whatever happened to the dishes, the kid had cleaned them. They're just not there anymore. But the parent can use that to gaslight the kid and convince the kid that, hey, the kid didn't actually do the dishes. And eventually, depending on how much trust there is, how much the parent yells at them, or the parent uses evidence, or what evidence, right, in quotes, whatever it is that the parent uses to gaslight the kid might eventually believe, I guess I didn't do the dishes. I guess I was really just a lazy ass and stayed in my room and played video games, and now I've wronged my mother because I didn't do the dishes and I lied to her about it. And, the mother will use that. She'll say, you didn't do the dishes. You believe that you didn't do the dishes. See, look at that, aka the gaslighting worked. You know you didn't do the dishes, and so when you said you did earlier, that means you lied to me. So not only did you not do the dishes, but you lied to me about doing the dishes. See, the kid had done the dishes in the first place, right? We all knew that from the beginning. The kid did the dishes, but somebody used the dishes, or somebody put them away, or somebody got them dirty again. And now the parent is going to the kid and yelling at the kid and gaslighting the kid to make the kid believe that he didn't actually do the dishes, right? There's another explanation, but mom doesn't care, dad doesn't care. They're more focused on abusing the kid and, gaslighting them to make them believe their reality, because the abuser, has a set reality in their head, which is, my kid is lazy and the dishes aren't done, therefore he didn't do the dishes. That's their reality. And so they use that reality, and they're egotistical, so they push that onto the kid, and they use gaslighting in order to make it doesn't matter what the parents believe. They're using gaslighting to make sure the kid believes that he didn't do the dishes. And so now the kid has two slights against him. He has that he, I guess, didn't do the dishes according to the parents, and that he lied about not doing the dishes because the gaslighting worked. And so now the kid is admitting to having lied about it, which the kid never lied about it, mind you, right? That's important to keep in this picture. The kid never lied about doing the dishes, because the kid did the dishes. But the parent has made the kid believe through gaslighting that the kid did not do the dishes. And so now the kid has both not done the dishes and has lied about it in the present situation. The lie, the false perception and the communication of, you didn't do the dishes, has transformed the reality into a different reality, right? The world where the kid actually did the dishes that existed is gone now. That reality is gone. Nobody believes it anymore. Even if the parents could have been the one to put away the dishes or to make the dishes dirty again. And then the parents, knowing full well, my kid did the dishes, I just got them dirty again. those parents could go to the kid and perform gaslighting. Say, I didn't dirty the dishes, you just didn't clean them. The parents are 100% lying to the kid, and they're using gaslighting to make the kid believe their side of the story, even though it's wrong. The parents are using gaslighting to make the kid believe their side of the story, their perception of the situation, right? The parents are correct and the kid isn't. So that's the reality that's being formed, right? Even though it was the opposite. In the real world, it is the opposite, but that doesn't matter anymore because gaslighting was used. Solely the communication was used to shape a new reality. Now the kid's in trouble, right? That's why gaslighting is so effective. Because reality, there's a reality that exists, or there's, the real world exists, right? Obviously. But that's the world only God sees. How we perceive the world around us is relative to ourselves. It's relative to how much we believe in our own perspective. If somebody tells us something and we get convinced of that, then we believe their reality now of whatever it is. And if we had a different opinion, but we got convinced, then our reality gets erased and theirs overrides ours in our own brain, no matter what the situation is. And that's what gaslighting can do. Gaslighting can convince a victim is when an abuser convinces the victim of a completely wrong sense of reality, and the victim gets convinced, and then the victim feels bad about it, right? Oh, I'm sorry about not doing the dishes. The kid did the dishes. But instead of staying firm, right, the kid fell for the gaslighting. He trusted his parents, which he shouldn't have done. And now the kid who did the dishes is apologizing to his mom about not doing the dishes. That's how much gaslighting can work. That's how much reality can just change. It can just shift. So, and I can guarantee you guys that somewhere out there right now, there's a kid doing dishes who's going to get gaslit about it, and it's going to work. I can guarantee you guys that exact situation is happening right now. A kid is getting gaslighted about not doing the dishes when he actually did them, and the parent is using this as a manipulation tactic to be abusive and to harm their child. Whether it's intentional or not, right, on the parent's part, it's still abusive. And that's what it is. You don't yell at the kid for not doing the dishes. Even if the dishes aren't there, you get a full picture of the story. Maybe it was the older sibling or the younger sibling who used the dishes and got them dirty again. I don't really know how many dishes we're talking about here, honestly. Like, this is just a example. I don't know how many dishes we're talking about, but maybe the younger sibling got the dishes dirty again. Maybe someone stole the dishes. But instead of all that, the parent goes to the specific kid and abuses them. Makes them, gaslights them, makes them the victim. And it goes to show that no matter what happened, this is the line of events. Even no matter whose fault it was, right? The parents will still go to this kid to gaslight them, or to, as one tactic, or to just abuse them in general over this little thing. And it goes to show that abuse isn't dependent on the situation, right? Every situation can be abused, no matter what, no matter how much in the right you are about it. It doesn't take much for dad to come home drunk and angry and take off his belt and start whipping you with it. All right, it doesn't take much for that to happen. It doesn't matter. In an abusive situation, the only reality is that there is an abuser and there is a victim, and the abuser abuses the victim. That's it, right? If the dishes had gotten done, then mom and dad would have found something else to get mad at the kid about. Oh, you didn't do the dishes right. Oh, you didn't do them on time. Oh, oh, you did the dishes, but you didn't vacuum like you were supposed to. You were supposed to vacuum too. And then you could gaslight about that. I told you you need to do the dishes and vacuum. And if you didn't do both, we would be very mad. And the kid says, you never said that. I don't remember that. And the parents said, oh, yes, we did. You're going to lie to me now? And the kid's like, no, you really didn't say that. You only said do the dishes and, and my sister will vacuum. And the parents will say, we never said such thing. Your sister is busy. So you had to do both. This was explained to you before we left. And the kid will say, no, that wasn't explained. And it'll go back and forth and the parents are obviously stronger. They're the more powerful people in the situation. So a lot of the times this gaslighting will wear down the kid so much that he'll break from it. He'll break and he'll submit and he'll surrender and he'll be like, okay, I guess you said it. I guess you said I was supposed to do both. The parents never fucking said to vacuum. Are you kidding me? They never said that. But the kid is now convinced through gaslighting that the parents had told him to do both and he neglected both of his chores. He neglected to vacuum. And then the parents can spin it saying it's his fault it's the kid's fault for being lazy, and that, oh, that you must really not want to help around the house if you're going to ignore your vacuum duties and you're going to lie about what we said. I think I would know what I said. You guys who are in abusive situations have probably heard that line before. I think I would know what I said. If that line has been uttered in any form, you've been gaslit before. That's gaslighting. An abuser will never admit to being wrong. They would never. Because abuse is an egotistical thing. I'm better than you, therefore I can cause harm to you, and you better not do anything negative towards me, because how dare you do it to me? To me. Lord Parent, right? You worship me as if you worship God. How dare you cause a slight towards me? And then you could come up with anything, right? Oh, you must not appreciate all that I've done for you because you won't even vacuum. It's a 15-minute task and you wouldn't even do that. Meanwhile, I'm working 8 hours a day just to put food on the table. And you really hate me, don't you? You really hate me because you won't even vacuum for 15 minutes. You won't get off your game console that I bought you. Using the internet and electricity that I provide with my money, that I work for, and you won't even get off all that. You won't get off of any of that just to help me out a little bit, even when I need it, right? The abuser will craft a situation, right? They'll use gaslighting to make them to make the victim feel incorrect, and then they'll use that to boost up, and then the abuser will use that to boost up the abuser's position, right? I'm so good, I'm so important, I'm so much better than you, and yet you have caused me a wrong. You have done wrong to me. How dare you? Who do you think you are? You are just a child. You're just a child going against me, the parent, who is better than you because I work and I pay for stuff and I've taken care of you and I gave birth to you and I've cared about you and I've paid child support and blah, 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 right? They build themselves up because they're very self-centered. They're narcissistic, right? Abuse is the weapon of the narcissist. They're narcissistic, and so they build themselves up, and they paint the victim as the bad guy, and whatever they can use to paint the victim as the bad guy, even if the kid is perfect, literally perfect by their parents' standards, their parents can then use gaslighting or anything else to twist the situation to make it so that, the kid is still the bad guy. The kid could easily go, oh, yeah, I didn't hear you say that, I should have vacuumed, but I figured you'd want me to vacuum anyway, so I did the dishes and I vacuumed. There you go. What can the abuser say next? Right? Remember, the abuser's objective isn't that things go right. The abuser's objective is, I need to make my kid feel bad. I need to attack my kid and cause harm onto them because I am mad at them for whatever reason, right? I'm mad at them because I had a bad day at work today. Or I'm mad at them because I came home and saw them playing video games and I wanted to lash out at them even though they've been perfect. Even though they've been perfect their entire lives, I came home and just saw them a little happy, a little bit happier than I am, therefore I'm mad, right? And so now the abuser has this objective of destroy the kid. Destroy the kid destroy the kid's mental health, make him suffer, make him cry, make him beg for his life. I mean, any form of that. So the abuser's objective is to make their kids suffer, right? Because that's what they want to do to make themselves feel better. So how does the parent do that when the kid has been perfect and actually vacuumed? Well, remember when the kid said, I didn't hear you say vacuum, but I did it anyway because I thought you would want me to. The parent could, two things. The parent could either say, oh, well, you're supposed to do a third chore, or which is a bit of a stretch. Or the parent could also say, oh, you didn't hear me say vacuum? You weren't listening, were you? You were just playing your video game when I was talking to you. How you don't listen to me? You don't respect me in my own home. See, now it's not about chores anymore. Now it's about the fact that the kid missed a detail in a conversation, and the parent is going to spin that to be the kid doesn't listen to the parent anymore. You didn't listen to me. You didn't listen to me. You didn't hear everything I said. You're not paying attention to me when I talk to you. What if I said something really important and you missed it because your brain is so fried on video games? Or your brain is so and you're only thinking about hanging out with your friends instead of listening and respecting your parent. You show me no respect. I do all of this for you, and you can't even take the time to open your ears for one conversation. The kid vacuumed. The kid did the dishes and vacuumed. The kid was a perfect child. The parent didn't even ask the kid to vacuum, mind you. In this situation, the parent didn't even tell the kid to vacuum. But now the parent is using the kid's belief that the parent had said to vacuum, right? The gaslighting worked, and now we can add another abusive tactic onto them. Accuse them of disrespect, accuse them of slighting the abuser, right? Now the victim looks like the bad guy. Now the victim looks like, the kid just doesn't listen to his parent, right? Because he missed that one little detail in the conversation that didn't exist in the first place. Remember, it didn't exist in the first place. But the parent is now creating a situation where that detail was said, and the parent is blaming the kid for not hearing it, and that's what they're using to abuse. If the kid didn't bring that up, then the parent would have construed it. He would have constructed it. If this situation couldn't exist, then another one could. The abuser, the parent, can take any little detail and use that little detail, blow it up to infinity, and use that to justify causing suffering onto their victim. That's what an abuser does. Because remember, abuse is not about the situation, it's about the abuser and the target. It's a target, right? It doesn't matter why you want to shoot your bow and arrow at the sack of hay with the target on it. All that matters is that you hit. And a skilled abuser, somebody who's skilled at crafting words in order to create false realities, is going to be able to hit that target every time, no matter how far away you put the bale of hay. The archer can still hit it. The abuser can still hit the target of the victim. So yeah, that's how it is. And all of that, I have to remember why I started talking about this in the first place. All of that is because communication helps to construct our realities. That's a line from my textbook. Communication helps construct our realities. Gaslighting and anything else can be used to create a reality that didn't exist in the first place, that would have never existed if the abuser wasn't there, or if the abuser wasn't such an asshole. So it's a pretty common thing. I mean, obviously, you guys can tell I've done a lot of research on this. Well, it's research, and it also comes from experience, but just from what I've seen. But yeah, it's. I mean, you live long enough, you're exposed to enough of this, right? Or you know, it's a lot of this, and the thing is, you know, like abuse victims who go to therapy to process all of it. You know, the therapist will explain all this to them. So the therapist will, an abuse victim therapist is very well versed in these tactics, and he uses that to explain, or he doesn't use them, but, you know, explains this sort of stuff to the patient to make sure, you know, to help them process the abuse and all that. So, but of course, all of that is done after the fact. It would be better if it was done during. So the thing that the sad thing about abuse is that you get abused and then you learn about all this, and then all of a sudden you can't trust anybody anymore, right? What if the next friend I get with, or the next boyfriend I get with, is going to abuse me? Well, what if what he says isn't reality, but it's just gaslighting because he has some ulterior motive, and then you're suspicious, right? You're suspicious, and it causes you to have trust issues. My own parents did it to me. My parents, who are supposed to protect me and show me the world, they abused me. So what's going to stop, so everybody's abusive. What's going to stop anybody else from abusing me, right? What's going to stop anybody else from gaslighting me? And the thing is, it only takes one abuse tactic, right? If you're gaslit, but there's no other consequence, you're still going to be wary of gaslighting, right? If you're beaten with the belt, you're going to be afraid of the belt section in the clothing store, right? It's, these things have different consequences depending on the situation, but still, gaslighting hurts because it's like, okay, you can't trust anybody now, right? Who's saying the correct thing? Which is why, often on stream, I always talk about do your own research, take everything with a grain of salt, and come to your own conclusions. Because you come to your own conclusions without anybody else's influence in mind, and you figure it out. You figure it out, or you don't figure it out, but you construct a reality in yourself that's probably more true. At least it's true in your convenience. And that's the thing. It doesn't matter if you think that the sky is purple, right? It doesn't matter. If a purple sky makes you happy, then who cares that you're wrong? It's like, honestly, who cares if you're wrong? If what you believe makes you happy, if your reality is the most convenient thing for you to believe, then so be it, right? It's totally acceptable. It's like a religion, right? God's not real. Freaking Jesus wasn't the son of God. I mean, come on, guys. But, in every other religion, it's humans wrote those books, and they were for human consumption. Or so you could believe. Some people believe that, and that's the convenient truth for them. An atheist feels pride in having separated himself from religion, from organized religion, right? Oh, I'm enlightened because I don't see the lies of religion. It's a convenient truth for him that God doesn't exist and all of that, right? That's his reality. Is it right? Who knows? Who knows if God exists? I mean, honestly, nobody can prove that God exists, but nobody can prove that God doesn't exist. Nobody can prove that any one of the Bible or the Quran or the Book of Mormon or the Greek mythological gods, no one can prove that those things don't exist. But no one can prove that they do exist. Because God in itself is an abstract concept. But it's the same with if you do believe it, right? If you believe in the Bible and the Christian God and Jesus died for your sins and whatever, right? If that belief is what you believe, and if that reality makes you happy, then so be it, right? You can believe that for the rest of your life, and people do believe that for the rest of their lives. People die, and on their deathbed, their last thought is, I'm going to heaven. Did they go to heaven? Who knows? But who cares, right? It's like, if they were happy until their dying breath, thinking that, oh, I'm gonna, God is gonna receive me with open arms because I've been a good person all my life and I asked Jesus for forgiveness and I was a good Christian, then fine. It's like, it made you happy. You believe it. Is it gonna happen or not? No. Or, I mean, well, maybe. I don't know. Who knows, right? Honestly, who knows? We might all have a soul, and it might all go to heaven because God has that in his plan or whatever, or it could not. And, like, who cares? Honestly, like, who cares? So it's like, reality is whatever is convenient for you, right? Reality is whatever. Reality is whatever makes you happiest to believe. And that's why I don't like gaslighting, because gaslighting makes people, gaslighting, what was I going to say? Gaslighting pushes somebody's convenient reality onto somebody else. It's a reality that makes the abuser happy, but it makes the victim suffer. That's what gaslighting does. It causes somebody to suffer. And that's what I hate. Because the only one thing in life that is consistent, or that is consistently true, obviously it's my opinion, but I think anybody would agree, the only one thing in life that actually matters is if you're happy. If you're happy and satisfied with life, or with the situation, or the religion you believe or don't believe, or anything else, the people you're with, the relationships you have, the family you make, the job you get, the lifestyle you live, whatever. There's no correct answer for any of that. But does it make you happy? Or does it make you satisfied? That is the one thing you have to answer yes to. Every single decision you make, you have to think, is this going to make me happy? Either now or in the long run. Is this going to make me happy? Am I pursuing a future where I will be happy in life? Where I will be satisfied in life? The answer's got to be yes. And with gaslighting, for the victim, the answer is no. The victim believes the reality of the abuser, but suffers for it. That's the problem. The one meaning of life is to find happiness. Happiness or satisfaction, right? For me, it's the same thing. I'm happy when I'm satisfied and comfortable, and can cuddle in my blankets in bed on a cold night. That's when I'm satisfied. That's my meaning of life. But for other people, it's different. Anyway, the whole point of gaslighting is so that the abuser can heighten themselves and make their victim suffer. Because an abuser wants their victim to suffer. That's why it's called abuse. So, it's a thing that causes suffering, right? It's the same thing as if you cause suffering through anything else, right? It doesn't have to be abuse. It could be, you go out and you kill people. I mean, that's terrible, right? You're causing suffering. You go out and you steal from people's homes. You're causing suffering, right? Bad. Bad criminal. Bad abuser, right? You're causing suffering. Just because it's a different kind of suffering doesn't mean that it's any less. Or it doesn't mean that it's any different. You're inflicting pain and suffering onto others. And when you do that, you are robbing them of their one meaning of life, which is to be happy and satisfied. So, that's why I don't like abuse, I don't like gaslighting, I don't like any of this, right? If an abuser can only find happiness through the suffering of others, then they shouldn't exist. Happiness needs to be achieved without causing suffering onto others. There are ways to do that. In fact, in fact, contrary to it may seem contrary to what I just said, but you can take abusive tactics to make somebody feel happy or make somebody feel happier. You can make somebody happy in a sufferable condition through the use of abusive tactics. If it's used in that way, then it's morally ambiguous. You're not, it's like, okay, is it right or wrong, right? The thing about house pets is, what the hell's happening? My electricity is going weird. The thing about house pets is, if you adopt a cat from the shelter, is that cat going to be more happy living with you? Probably, yeah. You kidnapped that cat. You kidnapped that cat and forced it to live with you. If you did that to a human being, you'd be thrown in jail, but you'd be considered, somebody who makes someone suffer, because kidnapping a human being makes them suffer. But kidnapping a cat is called a cat adoption, and it's considered good because you're taking them from the shelter. Adopting a kid from a foster home is considered good. That foster kid might, if it was young enough, might not have had the choice of who to go, what parents to go with, especially if the foster kid was a baby. But are you giving it a better life? With the cat? Yeah, probably, right? There are some people who won't, but most people who adopt cats give their cats, food and water, enough food and water and space to roam around. The cat has a happier life. The foster care child will have a happier life with you if you obviously, you make enough money to take care of the kid and give the kid a supportive household environment. If the kid is still being forced into that, then, but it's a positive situation, then it's a positive situation, right? You're not causing suffering. The same can be said for abuse. Some abuse, well, okay, it's contrary, I don't consider it abuse anymore, but you're using abusive tactics. If somebody uses abusive tactics on a victim, but they end up causing the victim to feel happy or satisfied in their situation, then they're not suffering. Is it better or worse than what they would have had originally? And is it correct or is it right or wrong? Who knows? It's morally ambiguous. That's why I said it's morally ambiguous. But I'm saying it's possible. I'm saying the situation is possible. And that's what interests me, right? It's that human beings can, just like any animal, can adapt to their situation and find happiness and satisfaction. At least find satisfaction in it. So they can come to a point where they like their situation and they would rather not leave, regardless of what the situation is. Abuse is abuse because it causes suffering, but what happens when it doesn't cause suffering? What happens when it's a net positive for the victim? Who knows, right? I'm sure if you asked some people the question, hey, would you be put in an abusive household for a year if I gave you $1 million after that year? Some people would say yes. Because even though they're in an abusive household, and they might suffer that entire year under insufferable conditions, at the end of that year, it'll be a net positive because they'll have $1 million and now they get to live the rest of their lives, happy and secure. So, happy and secure, and they can spend the money on whatever they want, right? So, that's, and people would optionally choose that, right? So, some people would. I would. Because, I can handle it better, or I can handle it well, but yeah. People would take the money for sure. There are some people who take the money for sure. There are some people who wouldn't, and that's fair. But I'm saying that there are people who would take the money because it's a net positive, right? A year in an abusive household for $1 million. At the end of that year, it's a net positive because you've gained the money, right? So were you abused? It's a complicated. It's definitely a complicated. It's so morally ambiguous, and especially since the person volunteered. But if the person doesn't volunteer, then it's a restriction of freedom, right? It's a human rights issue. So even if the person does come out positive and is happy in that situation, if it's a situation they were forced into, then who knows? But yeah. Anyway, I'm done talking about this. It's just the textbook said communication helps to construct our realities. So I think it reminds me of gaslighting. That's what it is. All of this other stuff is I don't know, it gets you thinking, right? Not that I would do any of this stuff. But yeah. It's just oh god. Okay. I am a blankets. Itadakimasu. Itadakimasu. Guys. Come into my bedroom and see what's on my walls. I have a poster of you that I... Okay, what rhymes with walls? Balls, calls... I have a poster of you, and every night it calls, beckons to me like the sunlight. I don't know why it feels so right to sing about it and know about it because we know we have it like it is. Social context refers to the stated rules or unstated norms that guide communication. As we are socialized into various communities, we learn rules and implicitly pick up on norms for communicating. Some common rules that influence social context include don't lie to people, don't interrupt people, don't pass people in line, greet people when they greet you, thank people when you pay them a compliment, and so on. Actually, some of those are invalid in certain cultures throughout the world. The don't interrupt people one, actually, there's, with Asian culture, at least with the Japanese, I don't know about other Asian countries, but with the Japanese, it's polite to periodically nod or give a mm-hmm or aそうですね, or things like just little gestures that you're agreeing with somebody, and it's basically to signal to them that you're talking to them, or that you're listening and you're continuing to listen to what they're saying as they're talking. I mean, like it's like once or twice a sentence that somebody speaks. Like if you're talking to me, then I'm gonna go, mm-hmm, uh-huh, ah, yeah, I get that, uh-huh, yeah, mm-hmm, uh-huh, ah, I see, oh yeah, it's gonna be, I'm gonna say things like that, and it's specific to the Japanese. In America, Americans don't do that. That's the thing. This is what I've read up on. Is Americans don't do that. When somebody talks for a couple minutes, the listener stays silent the entire time. And if the listener says any remark or any comment or any like gesture, like a mm-hmm or yeah, I see, it's considered interrupting and it's considered rude. Depending on the person, they might actually take offense to it. Well, don't interrupt me. Not like that. They wouldn't say "don't interrupt me" because you're not actually, but it feels the same to them as if you were interrupting them. So I have a hard time because I have that. That's what I do when I listen. Is I nod my head and I mm-hmm, uh-huh, yeah, yeah, I get that. Oh yeah, uh-huh. It's I continually make these little gestures, and it shows that I'm listening, right? I'm engaged in the conversation as a listener by doing this. And for me, it's a matter of habit. I didn't pick this up from anywhere, but apparently in American culture and like with white people culture, and I don't know about other cultures, but they don't do this. They just you're a listener. You sit there silently. You sit there silently. You look at them, and you give the body language that you're listening to them, but you don't remark anything, or you don't say anything, or you don't make any sounds while doing it. So I make sounds. It might seem weird, but it's a Japanese thing. If you go to Japan and you talk to anybody in Japan, they will do this. Even the ones who speak English, they will do this. Like 90% of the time at least. It's a cultural thing. So they say, as we're socialized into our various communities, we learn rules and pick up on norms for communicating. Some common rules include don't interrupt people, and that's not I mean, it's a common rule, but it's not a universal one, I suppose. So don't pass people in line. I'm sure there's some country out there where people just go to the front and grab what they want, right? Nobody waits in line. I'm sure there's some place that does that. Greet people when they greet you. I mean, if you walk into a store and a customer service person greets you, sometimes you don't have to greet them back. Sometimes you can just ignore them completely. It went in one ear, but it's as if it was ambient noise in the background, their greeting. So in fact, if I worked as like a Walmart greeter person, then I don't even know if they have those anymore, to be honest, with the worker shortage now. But if I was a Walmart greeter person, I would greet every human body that comes into the store, but I wouldn't expect them to acknowledge me at all. And if, in fact, I know that if they did acknowledge my greeting and greeted me back, I would probably be taken by surprise. I'd be like, oh no, what do I do in this situation? They weren't supposed to respond to me. Don't they know? Don't they know? Didn't anyone explain to them? Don't talk to the Walmart greeter person. He gets paid with minimum wage and he doesn't actually like you. He's just doing that because they pay him 50 cents per greet. What would be the rates here? One person a minute would mean 25 cents per greet. If it's like a Saturday afternoon, it probably ends up being like 10 cents per greet. It's probably a few people a minute coming into the store. God, what a cheap price to pay on my voice going out. That's for sure. Hope I'm never a Walmart greeter. I wouldn't mind the job, but not for more than once, that's for sure. Parents and teachers. Oh yeah, thank people when they pay you a compliment. thank people when they pay you a compliment. There are a lot of people out there who cannot take a compliment. In fact, I've been guilty of, somebody will compliment me on something, I don't know what, and the first thing I'll think about is like, oh, the area where I should have improved on whatever they're commenting on, or like, oh, they're like, oh, you dressed nice today, and I was like, and I could be like, oh yeah, I couldn't decide what shirt to wear today, so I'm glad I wore this one. If you think it's good, and I'll say something like that. That's too much. Apparently, that's too much. I've done that so many times, specifically with my clothes, that it's when people compliment me, it's like I'm not supposed to. I'm just supposed to say, oh, thanks for noticing, or oh, thank you, I'm glad you like it, or oh, I'm glad you think so. And then if they respond to my, oh, I'm glad you think so, then the conversation can start, right? I think a lot of small talk conversation is about baiting responses from other people to gauge their social interest in continuing. And that's a problem I have too. That's my biggest one, is I don't know when the conversation ends. So that's a huge problem that I have to deal with, which is why my whole friggin' romantic standards are, or my whole life standards, I guess, are just, I want to be with one person who I talk to all the time. Therefore, the conversation with them never ends, right? It's not that we never stop talking, but it's that our relationship will never stop, right? It's, we're never gonna stop communicating with each other. And so therefore, I don't have to worry about ending a conversation and walking away from them, because they're my partner and I'm gonna still be next to them anyway. So a conversation can be as short or as long as we want it to be. So, and hopefully I would have a partner who, understands that enough to be able to communicate that as well, right? To not get, weary or, like perturbed when I carry on a conversation too long. Or at the very least, a partner who has enough sense to be like, hey, I don't really want to talk about this right now. At the very least. And I'll be like, okay. Because anything less than that, I'm not going to pick up on it, right? I'm not good with social cues at all. And, you would say that is a mental disorder. You would call that autism when you don't pick up on, when you can't notice or pick up on social cues. That's a symptom for autism, when you're not good socially. So, I'm not autistic, guys, I swear. I never got diagnosed with Asperger's, which is the very light form of autism. It's the one where like you still seem like a normal person. It's just you have all the autistic traits that make you a little weird, but they don't impair your ability to exist at all, right? Like I can still function like a human being. It's just I'm not good in a conversation, right? So, bam, Asperger's, right? Stamp it right there, right on my forehead. Anyway, I never got diagnosed, so I don't believe I have it. I could have it, but I don't really I don't want to self-diagnose something like that on myself. I relate to people who have Asperger's or who have autism, but I'll never call myself an Aspergerer. It's technically, it's spelled Asphagger, so it'd be Asperger's, but I say Asperger's because I think about two butt cheeks in between, in between, in between a McDonald's cheeseburger. And that's the Asperger. Or well, I think about it with sesame seeds. So I think more of like a Burger King burger actually, or a Wendy's burger. Wendy's burgers don't have sesame seeds. I think about a sesame seed bun coming from Wendy's for some reason. So I think about a Wendy's equivalent of a sesame seed bun, and it's butt cheeks between the two buns. Buns between buns. Buns in buns. Do you have Asperger's? No, I have buns and buns. Oh, you mean buns and buns. There we go, guys. I've come up with a new nickname for a real mental illness. What was I doing? Parents and teachers often explicitly convey these rules to their children or students. Oh, I can blame my parents then. Okay. Rules may be stated over and over, and there may be punishment for not following them. A punishment for not following the unstated norms that guide communication. Are you kidding me? Fine, whatever. I can start typing. Norms are social conventions that we pick up through observation, practice, trial and error. We might not even know we are breaking a social norm until we notice people looking at us strangely or someone corrects or teases us. Yeah, that's the problem I have. I don't know. Why is my screen an Asian guy walking? Anyway, I don't know if I don't know if, for example, as a new employee, you may over or underdress for the company's holiday party because you don't know the norm or formality. Although there probably isn't a stated rule about how to dress at a holiday party, you will notice your error without someone having to point it out, and you'll likely not deviate from the norm again in order to save yourself from any embarrassment. Even though breaking social norms doesn't result in a formal punishment, that might be a consequence of breaking a social rule. The social awkwardness we feel when we violate social norms is usually enough to teach us that these norms are powerful, even though they aren't made explicit like rules. I hate that. Human beings are social creatures. It's that one concept that makes all of this relevant to real life. I hate that. If I have a wife and I'm working from home or I won the lottery or whatever, right? And so we don't, my wife and I never have to talk to another human being again besides each other. We're not going to have social rules, right? Me and my wife are going to do whatever we want, and I'm going to marry somebody who's very similar and weird just like me. So we're going to have things that we do that we either like or accept in each other, and that's going to be it, right? We're not going to have to worry about social awkwardness when we do something weird around the other one. We're not going to have to worry about filtering our words or making sure we watch what we say or anything like that, because it's like we're only going to have the two of us, right? As long as we're not mean to each other, then it'll be fine, right? So I think the one standard for people is that don't be a dick to each other, right? But anyway, it's like that would be that, right? So I don't. So it's like you have to worry about all this, when you go out in public or you go out and meet other people who aren't, who isn't the one person you're comfortable with, then, the one person you can be safe with, and you have to go meet other people or talk to other people. You have all of these rules and all these filters you have to consider, all the social norms and the social context and yada yada. It's so gross. I hate it. I hate it so much. Why does it exist? Why do I have to stress out thinking about all this stuff, right? For people to whom it comes naturally, it's fine because it's a natural thing, right? I don't complain about walking because walking is a natural thing to me. But I complain about socializing because it's not so natural to me, right? I don't spend every day socializing. So I'm not used to it, and it's not like it's an activity I like. I like riding on my skateboard, so I'm going to make sure my feet work properly, right? But I don't like socializing, therefore I'm not going to be practiced or well versed in it. So the fact that despite that you have, I don't like socializing, I don't like all these, and therefore I don't like all these rules we have to follow, yet these rules exist because humans are social creatures. I can't escape this. I can't escape. If I win the lottery and I build my own house in the middle of nowhere and I get Walmart groceries shipped to the house once a month, then who do I have to interact with? the grocery store delivery driver who's going to make me sign off for the groceries. That's it. With the Amazon Fresh, I don't even have to interact with him. He just, the person just drops off the bags of groceries at my front door and then leaves. So I don't even have to interact with them. So who's the one, I only have to interact with one human being. In my ideal world, I interact with one human being and that's it, right? And she and I have a kid, and then that's the other human being, right? It's like, that's it. That's it. It's the end of the line there, right? I don't have to worry about any of this stuff. Humans are social creatures, but I don't need to socialize. That's the consensus of it. But if I get a job, I gotta socialize. If I try to make connections or get a network of people, I have to socialize. You guys know the freaking, to young people, not like, young adults, right? You ask any seasoned person, hey, what's the one most important skill in life as an adult? You know what they'll say? Your skill of networking. Networking. And not a computer network, not your internet network. Your social network. That's what they're talking about. The social connections that you make with all different kinds of people, all the different kinds of people that you know throughout all facets of life. That's the number one most important skill that every single life advice coach will tell you to get up. You will get the farthest ahead in life if you are good at social networking. I mean, you got to be taking the piss, man. Like, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible for somebody like me. Because I hate socializing. I don't want to socialize. I'm not good at it. I don't know how to talk to human beings. How do I have a conversation with people? I don't understand. How do I get to know a stranger? What is this, right? But that's what it is. You have to get to know a bunch of strangers and get on good terms with them, and then that develops social connections. You have to do that hundreds of times across hundreds of people. And then you know everybody. You're on good terms with everybody. And then all of a sudden, person number 67 has a job opening at his company, and he thought about you. You developed that relationship with him. He thought about you. He tells you first, hey, I have an opening for my company. I know you, we're good buds. We met at that party one time. I was coming for the interview, I'll give you the job. I get the highest paying job I'll ever get because one random person in my 100-person social network had a job opening. Person 67, the job opening's not open. Sorry, better luck next time. Person number 85 comes to me saying, hey, I have a business opportunity. I want you to be a co-founder. $1 million business. There you go. Person number 13, you have a kid. Person number 13 says, hey, I know a really great babysitter. It's a trusted person. You won't have to worry about all that stuff from them, and they give really good rates too. I'll get you the friend discount on them. Someone can watch your kid. Person number 28. Oh, my buddy it comes to you, says, oh, my buddy owns this really nice restaurant. VIPs only, but you're a buddy of mine, so I'll get you and your wife in. Now you have a great job, a whole network of professionals that you can hire and rely on, multiple business opportunities, multiple, $1 million ideas coming to you, and a lot of exclusive perks because of all the people that you know. Social networking, number one most important skill to get ahead in life. If you don't, the less people you know, the more people you know, the more opportunities there are for anything. And in consequence, the less people you know, the more limited your options are. Right now, I don't know anybody. So I got to go out get a job. I'm working from scratch. I'm going to an interviewer, and I got to become friends with that interviewer for him to hire me. How the fuck am I supposed to do that? How am I supposed to do it? If it was an entry level job, they'll probably hire me still. I don't care. They want to make sure I'm not just some, crazy homeless person, and they'll hire me. But if I wanted any like substantial job that paid like, anything more, then I would have to crush the interview, which means that I would need to, have the social skills for that. But if I wanted an even better job, I would have to know somebody who would get me that better job, which means that I have to know a bunch of people in hopes that one of those people will get me a good job. That good job makes money, and yada yada, right? It's the people you know. And how do you know people? Well, you socialize with them. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's a socially dominated world. And the thing is, you're not. I mean, you can get around that, but your ability to live, in order to live a flourished life, is very limited if you don't have the opportunities to take advantage of things you already have. My whole farm life idea that I keep spouting off to you guys, or kept, I haven't talked about in a while, relies on the fact that I'm doing everything myself. I have to dig the land myself. I have to build the house myself. I have to get the materials myself. I have to set up the electricity myself. I have to get the internet access myself. And even after all that, I still got to pay for everything, right? So I need to get the money myself, which means I need to get the job myself, which means I need to go through a limited number of channels in order to get a job, in order to get a limited job, to make a limited amount of money, in order to then do everything myself, all because I don't know anybody who can help me out with any of that. So, and that's the thing. If I knew a carpenter, building the house would be done twice as fast. If I knew an electrician, I wouldn't even have to touch the electric panels. If I had a rich friend, then he could get me a good paying job, and I could pay for the whole development in half the time. Or I could spend twice as much money on it. So, because I would have it. So, we feel social awkwardness because human beings know how important it is to be social, and they know how important it is to ally yourself with other human beings. And the more people you know, the more opportunity there is to be advantageous in life. Is it guaranteed? No. If you make friends with 100 rednecks in the South, you're probably not going to face that many opportunities, right? You're going to have someone who probably knows how to fix up your truck in the backyard of the trailer park, but you're not going to be getting a high paying job knowing 100 rednecks. Whereas on the other hand, if you know 100 executives in LA, then you're not going to get anyone helping with your truck, but you're probably going to get somebody who wants you to be the co-founder of his new company that's going to make $1 billion, right? So it's the opportunity to have those opportunities, essentially. But it's all about networking, and they have networking parties, and they have job fairs, and they have regular parties, and they have going to college is supposed to be a social thing as well. That's why, like, universities, that's why you pay for it. College isn't supposed to really be a thing where you pay the money and you go online and you breeze through the classes and then you get your degree. College is typically considered more important on the social aspect of it. You're on campus at your university in Stanford or Harvard or Yale or Cambridge, and the people that you meet there are future doctors, they're future lawyers, they're future CEOs of big companies, they're future public marketing officials, they're future human resources directors, they're future movie directors, they're future anything, right? And so if you get to know your colleagues, if you get to know the people that you're going to college with, then those connections will set you up will set you up for the future, because 5 years from now, that person on your campus that you shared a dorm room with is a movie director, and he thought you would be perfect for the role of leading actor in the next blockbuster movie. Or the person you used to date on campus who you're still in good terms with, is quitting her job and recommended you as her replacement. Or, that the friend group that you established on the university campus at a computer science college formed their own company and wants you to be a part of it. Or anything like that, right? So that's where college is used. That's the advantage of college, is that it creates those social connections. But it's because of that very socialness of college, that social nature of college, is why I dropped out in the first time I did it, because I wasn't up for the social aspect. And of course I thought, oh, why am I here? But that's what it was. It's like, why am I here? College is there to socialize and to, make you get to know people who will then go on to do great things, and you will have the opportunity to share in that. It's about who you know, right? So, otherwise, if you want any kind of social opportunity or social contact, that's the thing. Opportunities are out the window, right? If you don't do this, if you don't make a network of people, if you don't get to know a bunch of people. But every human being wants social contact in some form. So what do other people do? They meet strangers on the internet. There you go. Go on a chat website. Go on Discord. Go on Reddit. Go on Steam or PlayStation or whatever. Browser games even have it too. You form social, or you get your socializing through other people who also missed the boat and didn't socialize with anybody else, and then now they're lonely, right? Human beings are social creatures, as both an advantageous avenue with the whole social networking, and also as a necessity, as in, I'm gonna go insane if I spend my entire life by myself, right? So, and that's the problem, is that there's a need for, there's not only an advantage to socializing, but there's also a need for it, right? The need is different than the advantage, obviously, right? I'm not gonna make 100 acquaintances if I want real social connection, but at the same time, I still need social. I'm socially inept. I don't know how to hold conversations with people, but I still want to social. I still want somebody to spend my life with, right? And that manifested in just, I want one person to forever be with. But in a lot of people, they want friends, and they want a relationship partner who is there sometimes. That's different strokes for different folks, right? But the end result is the same. Very few people are able to live alone and be satisfied and happy with being alone. In fact, most people who do it force themselves to, because they have no other option, right? I gotta adapt to this because, I was born wanting to socialize, but I'm not gonna be able to. But for the rest of us, the problem, for most normal people, it's fine, right? Because normal people can socialize normally. They'll find people who they can get along with. But for people like me who actually struggle socially, right? I can't, I have a hard time keeping a conversation going. And I don't know when conversations end. I don't know social cues and all that. The issue becomes, I want a wife or a girlfriend or whatever, right? But I don't know how to socialize. And so I won't be able to get that, because obviously to meet somebody and get somebody to like me, I need to be able to socialize with them. I need to be able to talk to them. So, and that's the whole issue, and that's, one that I've struggled with for years, is that, it's like, okay, out of the number of people who I can talk to, it's very minimal, right? It's few and far between, right? It's, 1 in a million people I gotta find, or I gotta find this person and then be able to have a good conversation with them, and then yada yada, right? It's like the barrier for entry for the most basic form of social satisfaction for me is so high. The barrier of entry is so high because it's such a huge skill that I gotta go to. That's why I spent that one summer just, constantly talking to people. It's because, I was like, okay, I need this. I'm going to need, and I'm going to need to develop the skill for this. So I need to practice. And bam, bam, bam. It's just repetition over and over again. You find somebody, have a conversation with them. Oh, it didn't go so well. Next. I find somebody. Oh, it was a good conversation, but they don't want to be my friend. Next. Oh, I met a spam bot. Next. Right? Oh, here's somebody. Great conversation. I added them on social media. Fantastic. I can continue the conversation there. That goes on for a week. They get bored, or I get bored. And most likely I get bored. That's what was happening a lot. Next, right? I never talk to them again. They say something to me, I just ignore them. Whatever, right? I'm practicing over and over and over again, right? And eventually got to the point where I could have friends. And, I could be friends, or I could be on friendly terms with some of the people that I was talking to. That's great. It's great. It's fantastic, right? I actually made a couple genuine friends, through that method. I lost all of them, as I do, as is done, but that's what it was. But all of that was centered around my need to find somebody that I could be social with, right? To have that social satisfaction with. I need to be with somebody. Not like today, not like right now, but, eventually I want to, get with my soulmate, and, she and I can go live together, and we only need each other, right? I'm still hopeful for that future. I'm still really looking forward to that future. Holy crap, if it doesn't happen, I need it. But anyway, it's like a lot of my actions throughout life have been driven by that social need. I need to find that partner of mine. I need to find that soulmate who I'm going to spend the rest of my life with. In order to find that person, I need to expose myself to as many people as possible, in order, just trial and error, just search and search and search. And then eventually I'll find that person, or eventually I will get good enough socializing, good enough at having a conversation to where I can then take that outside of my house, outside of the internet, and then try to find somebody in real life, right? And it's, in order to get that one person, I'm going to need to spend my entire life developing my social skills, because again, the barrier of entry is so high for me that I have to work that much harder in order to do it, right? In the same sense that a black person is going to have to try harder, to get a good career in a racist world, or, I don't know, a woman is going to have to try a bit harder at her job to get the same respect as her male coworkers. In that same sense, I, who am socially inept, I have to try that much harder in order to be able to talk to people, right? In order to have conversations with people and develop relationships with them. And it's really bad because I've stagnated as of like last year when I stopped it. I have stagnated, and now I can't talk to people anymore. I can't hold conversations. I can't have proper conversations with people. It's so irritating. It's irritating because it's like it feels like something's broken inside of me, that it's like I should be able to talk to this person. I've seen conversations happen amongst other people. I've seen conversations happen between this person and other people. Why can't I do that? Why am I incapable of doing that, right? It feels it's the most basic thing as a human being. We eat, we poop, we sleep, and we socialize, right? It's one of the basic things, right? It should just happen, right? It's supposed to be the most natural thing in the world. And for some reason, it's not for me. I'm no special snowflake here. I mean, I know a lot of people suffer from social awkwardness, social anxiety, social ineptitude, antisocial behavior, antisocial behaviors, all this sort of stuff, right? And that's the thing. I wouldn't do any of this if I didn't need to. It's not like I want to socialize. It's that I need to figure this out. Right? I need to figure this out in order to get through life. Because I'm not going to be able to not talk to anybody anymore and still live a happy life. That's the problem. Is that if I win the lottery, still got to find a wife, right? Still got to find a partner to share that with. And in order to find her, I'm going to need to socialize, right? Even if she's exactly like me and she doesn't want to socialize with anybody else, we're still going to need to talk to each other, right? It's not going to necessarily take social skills in order to maintain a good relationship with her, but it's going to take social skills to find her in the first place. Or it's going to take social skills to maintain a lifestyle where I can then find her in the first place, if that makes sense for you guys. And so it's really difficult to, or it's a constant struggle, right? It's a constant struggle. And it's, I haven't been practicing or anything, right? It's like, I don't care that much, but yesterday really reminded me of the fact that this is like a weakness of mine, right? It's like, I don't know how to socialize. I can live like a complete self-sufficient life. Like, just give me, a couple $1,000s in tools and materials and send me off in the middle of the forest and I'll figure it out, right? Like, like I could do that. It'll be tough, but I could do that all on my own. But that's going to be it, right? It's like, I need, I need more than that. I need more, or I want enough to be comfortable with at the very least. I don't want to have to be alone in my room for the rest of my life. I don't mind for a few years, but for the rest of my life, are you kidding me? Like, I know there are some people, like, I'm part of communities. I go on websites that have communities of people who are just by themselves, right? And they talk on forums or whatever. Some of these people are like 50 years old, 50, and they're virgins. They're virgin guys. They are antisocial. They've been unloved. They reject society, or maybe they've gone and live off in the woods, whatever, right? And they talk about their experiences, and they've said, like, yeah, I don't socialize with anyone. I don't talk to, outside of the little interaction on this website. I don't talk to anybody. And it's like the little interaction as in, like, 1 or 2 forum posts, right? It's not enough to consider it even one conversation. So this dude hasn't had a conversation with anybody. He hasn't had anybody to talk to or anybody to care about him for his entire life, right? It's like he was talking about, like, he was poor and ugly and he had some trauma as a kid, so whatever, right? It's these kind of people. So, but anyway, not like any serious trauma, but just light bullying and all that. But he removed himself from society, and he's like, okay, I don't have the social skills to participate in society, so I'm just gonna excuse myself from civilization. And he comes back and he talks about, he describes all this stuff, and it's like, this dude hasn't had any human contact with anybody for decades. It's like this dude has been in like solitary confinement for most of his life. And, solitary confinement, there are cases of people going insane after like a month of that. Imagine 50 years. You can't. We are social animals. How do these people even survive like this? It's insane. I'll watch a YouTube video because there's some, oh, I gotta get off soon. I'll watch a YouTube video of some of these people who are self-sufficient living, right? The people who, maybe it's a guy on a giant raft, like giant, and he has a big old house, bunch of books in it, and he has like a chicken farm, or he has like a chicken coop, and like a few vegetable farms on it and stuff. And oh, his main objective is he's on a river and he's cleaning up the trash or whatever, right? He has a little TV in his room. I don't know. This dude would describe like he's been this lifestyle for like 16 years, and he has some friends, I guess, that he talks to like maybe once or twice a year. They come down to visit, and that's it for him. He grows everything himself and whatnot. There are people who are just living off in the middle of nowhere, right? The middle of like Nebraska or something. They don't socialize with anyone. These people, typically they're guys, they don't have any human contact. They're alone. They're alone for years and years. And it's like, how do you live like that? It's not how do you live off in the wilderness, self-sustaining, doing all your own work. I can understand that. But why? Like, what? Are you happy being by yourself? Are you happy with having nobody care about you? Are you happy with, nobody there to love you, to be able to bounce off of, to, share in the good and the bad times? I obviously could do all that stuff by myself. I'd struggle. I'm not used to it, but I would learn my way. But there'd be no point. And this the thing. Like I'll go. In the past I've traveled by myself. Gone to L.A. or anywhere else. Gone to a restaurant. Gone to a park. And things like that. And it's always, I'm by myself. I can be having the time of my life, but there's always this feeling, this irk in my mind. It's always been, I really wish I could share this with somebody. I really wish she was here with me to share this with. It's been there my entire life. Right? I've described to you guys, I was 8 years old, playing on a GameCube in my living room by myself. I'm playing a game and I'm thinking like, man, I have a second controller. I really wish there'd be someone here to play with me. It's been like this since I was a child, since I was prepubescent, right? Before I had any romantic interest, I just wanted someone there with me. Somebody I can share with, a partner. I need that, right? It's that social need. If I was born a wolf, I wouldn't need that, right? If I was born a bear, I wouldn't need any of this, right? Well, it's because I was born a human that I have this need. I am designed to live a solitary lifestyle, but I need somebody there to share it with me. It's the ultimate contradiction, and it has been a contradiction in my life that I have dealt with for as long as I can remember. And it's been a huge point of contention for me. It's been a huge point of, I guess, suffering, I suppose. I mean, even during high school, midnight, I'm feeling a little down. So I put in my headphones. I have a playlist on my iPod Shuffle. I put in my little cheapo earbuds, and I walk out my front door. I walk around the neighborhood. A pretty nice cul-de-sac here. I walk around the neighborhood. I check out all the houses, bopping my head to the music. The cool night air, the cool breeze of the night air. It's completely dark with the exception of a couple streetlights. No cars rushing in the distance, but none around me immediately. Everyone's lights are off. It's that late. I'm enjoying myself. I'm all nice and warm in my multiple layers of clothes on that winter night, but I can still feel the cool breeze against my cheeks. Listen to the music. Being alone with my thoughts, it's a very zen situation, right? Very peaceful, very tranquil, right? Something that those of the calmest of minds do to relax. And the only thing I can think about is, or, the only thing that is there that keeps pestering me is I want to share this with somebody. I can just imagine a girl right next to me walking alongside. And we're not even talking. We're just together, holding hands, listening to the same music or whatever. I don't even care. Just enjoying this time together. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted. How many goddamn years do I have to wait till I got this? And so I took action, obviously, right? I'm like, okay, this isn't gonna fall in my lap. I'm a depressed mess over this. I've lived my entire life in teenage angst over how lonely I am. So I gotta go out there and do that, right? But oh boy, I have the huge disposition of I don't know how to socialize. I don't know how to socialize. I don't understand anything, all of this. I don't even know what I want other than the partner herself. And it's like, okay, I gotta go out there and I gotta do it. Right? I gotta develop the social skills. I gotta talk to people. It's gonna be a numbers game. Well, thank God for the internet, because without the internet, what would I have done? I would have had to conform to social norms. But anyway, I got to learn at my own pace. But it's been a struggle. It's been like 10 years of this. 10 years of me like seriously trying. It's tough. It's so hard to live your whole life like this, and I'm only 27. There are guys out there who are in their 50s. They've lived double the life that I have, and they're still alone. They're still unloved. And I can't imagine. And they're saying they're satisfied with it, but that's not the case. It's a couple of them might be, right? There might be a couple of those odd people out, but most of them had to become satisfied with it. That's the thing. Everybody starts off wanting something, and then when they can't get it, then they have to change their own desires. But when you have to change your own desires just because you can't have what you initially wanted, how can you call that a happy life? How can you? Because it's not. Because you didn't get what you wanted in the first place. It doesn't matter what you wanted. I don't care if you wanted like freaking superpowers, right? You want to fly? Well, start paragliding. You want to explore the depths of the ocean? Well, take a scuba diving class, right? You want a life partner? Get a girlfriend, right? Yeah, start dating. But the thing is, there's a point in some people's lives where they can't, or they won't, or they don't think they can, and they give up. They give up on it, and they're like, okay, I have to live my life without this. And sure, you can feel satisfaction from living a solitary life, but are you going to feel happiness? I don't think so. I don't think anybody can be truly consistently happy with living a solitary life. I know there are the few oddballs out there who could, technically, but for most people, they wouldn't be able to live a solitary life, like a completely solitary life, right? I don't know. The less people I have in my life, the more that I tend to rely on them, because, and so my dream has always been just to find one person who's okay, who's comfortable with me relying on her, and then just leaning on her forever. Relying as in like, for socializing and stuff, right? Not like a shallow socializing, but like just a partner, right? Someone to share life with, share my struggles with. I don't care if she's a paraplegic. She can only hear and look at me. I don't care. that's enough for me, right? That's enough. I don't need any more than that, to be honest. Her responding to my statements is it's a bonus. Is honestly like I don't have that much standard. I just want somebody who cares about me. That's all it is. And if she can care about me, then I'll do everything else for her. I don't care. I'll take care of her. Paraplegic, she's a couch potato, right? I'll get I'll get one of those hospital beds, but not like a hospital bed, you know, but like with the reclining system or whatever. Or you know they don't even have that, but like just it's something movable, right? I get like a bed, like a regular mattress bed that splits down the middle, so it could just be her side, and then it could recline up, so she could be leaning up, so she could see what's going on, and then the bed is transportable, it's on wheels, and so I just got to push it around, right, to different rooms in the house, right? Let's watch a movie in the living room TV, right? So we go from the bedroom to the living room TV. I push her, she's in bed, I push her there, and I'm next to her, and we're just sitting there, and we're just watching it, right? If you know, in my ideal world, I would build my own house, which would just be just one giant room, basically, with maybe a couple of walls blocking off certain areas, but you know, easily accessible, right? Big open spaces with a bunch of smaller designated areas within it, and I could just push her through that, right? Go from the bedroom to the living room, no problem. Go from the living room to the kitchen, no problem, right? Yeah, she wants to help me cook. Well, I don't know how paraplegic would do it, but would do anything. But if she wants to watch me cook, I'd love that. I would love that to death, right? So I would push her into the kitchen, and then I would cook right in front of her, and you know she could watch and she could care about what I'm doing as I do it, right? That's all I need. That's all I need, right? I don't care if she's just a head, right? If she's just a head with a heart attached to it to pump the blood, that's all I need, right? It doesn't matter, right? Not to say I prefer that by any means, but I'm just saying that it's, you know, if that's the only thing that, you know, God's gonna give me, then I'll be happy with it, and not just satisfied, but I'll be happy with it. So that's all. That's all I need. That's all I want. So it's just somebody to care about me. So I don't know. Socializing is caring about another person, I believe. Well, okay. To me, the purpose of socializing is to engage with another person. And when you want to engage with somebody, then you want to care about them, in my opinion. It can go that far. It doesn't have to go that far, but it can. So that's the only point for me. And for someone like me who's so antisocial, I only want to socialize with somebody that I care about. I only want to engage with somebody that I care about. That's why when I used to talk to a bunch of random strangers on the internet, I would ghost a lot of them. Because even though I could socialize with them, even though I could engage with them, I didn't care about them. But then, you know, I would find the one in a million person out there who I did care about, and then I would talk to them for months. And it was great. And then I would lose them to external circumstances. And it's like, okay, well, that sucks. That sucks. Give me something and I rip it away. Thanks. Thanks, God. You know, it's some form of I deserve it, I guess. I don't know. Whatever, right? It's happened enough times to where it's like I'm not, like, I suffer, but then it's like, okay, I give up on suffering, you know. It's like, if it's gonna come back, it's gonna come back, but if not, then it's like I'm just whatever. Whatever, right? It's whatever, right? So I mean, maybe in a few years I'll try again, but, or maybe something will change or whatever, but, you know, I don't know. I feel like I got enough social practice to where, like, I'm fine now for a while. Like I'm fine. I complain about it a lot, but I'm fine. If I wasn't fine, I would go seek it out again. But the thing is, I don't feel like I need to seek it out right now. So I don't feel like I'll need to seek it out for a few more years. So that's a nice thing about it. So as much as I talk about it, it's a very passionate subject of mine because it's something I've had to deal with all my life. But yeah, if I don't know how these people can do it. Like it's not like they're waiting for things to get better. It's that they've resigned themselves to things never getting better. Right? The situation will never change for them, and they've accepted that. I can't accept it. I'm not somebody who can accept it. I know what I want, and I want like one. I want one thing. I want one thing, and I need to get that thing. Like it's I only have like it's not even just dating, but just life in general. I have one thing that I want, and I will pursue that to the ends of the earth. You guys better trust me, or you guys trust me. I will pursue that to the ends of the earth. But it's like once I have that one thing, it doesn't matter, right? Oh, God says I got to work 60 hours a week to get that one thing. I'll fucking work 60 hours a week. I'll work 60 hours a week until I drop dead. If I get to come home to a loving wife. I'll work 80 hours a week. I'll work 80 hours a week as a janitor at a dump if I get to come home to a loving wife. I wouldn't prefer working that much. I don't mind the janitor at the dump thing, to be honest, right? If I got less hours, but as a janitor at a dump, then I'd take that job over anything else, but to be honest, but just a long amount of time, right? But yeah, it's just whatever I got to do to get it. It's whatever I got to do. But I mean, whatever. Anyway, I've gone on way long enough. The whole point of this. What was the whole point of this? The whole point of me talking was, I hate how human beings are social creatures. That's what it was. That's such a huge topic. My God, human beings are social creatures. And so for those of us who aren't good at socializing, that is a steep hill to climb. Such a steep hill to climb, but we're not going to be satisfied till we reach the top. And that's the annoyance of it. Because like I got to deal with my need, or I got to deal with my need for companionship. I got to deal with this stuff. It's not like I dislike it, right? Obviously, if I find a companion, I'm going to be the happiest guy in the world. But until I do, I'm going to be the most miserable guy, right? Not the most miserable guy. I'm not really in a rush, to be honest, but right now, but I can just go back to my teenage years thinking how miserable I was. I was miserable back then, Jesus. I could hold it together in front of other people, but be in my room at night, and it was unfathomable just how much emotion one person can go through in a single night. Holy crap. So yeah, it's just, I mean, whatever. At this point, it's like I'm old enough to where I can wait a little longer, so that's fine. So what am I waiting for? Who knows. But it's fine. But anyway, guys, human beings being social creatures, it's not a reality I like, but it's something, because it's so hard for me, but it's something I gotta live with, right? Most people like it. Most people like socializing. They find enjoyment in that. So good for them. Good for them. I'm not one of those people. And so for the outside group, it's terrible. It's painful, but yeah. I hate it. Or I strongly dislike it. I don't like how you could have a need for something but also be born bad at it. That's the thing. That's where I think God screws up, is that you can be born bad at socializing or be born being an antisocial person, but at the same time you have that biological need to socialize and for people to care about you. It's it's complete contradiction. It's complete hypocrisy. But we're born with that, and it's like it's almost a mental defect. I don't think it's a mental defect. I think you can still find happiness with it, which means it's not a mental defect. But it's like it's comical. It's comical. It truly is because we because people who aren't good at socializing suffer from lack of socializing. So whatever, whatever, right? It's like it's not gonna change if I complain about it. So you can do what I did, where you practice it a million times over the course of whatever, or you can just wait for something good to happen. I mean, typically for girls, there are antisocial girls out there, but for girls, they just gotta, a lot of the time they just wait for something good to come around. It's not going to come around as often as it does for normal girls. Like, it can come around. And there are some girls out there who kind of lose the game too, so. Less than guys, but. I mean, there's reasons for that. But yeah, anyway. I don't know. Yeah, teenage years suck. It's like, if you're not living your best life during your teenage years, then your teenage years suck because you got to deal with like all the angst and all the identity crisis and all that about I need somebody, but I can't have them, right? Because they are unavailable or they don't exist or I like the wrong person or, I can't be with the person that I like or, or, nobody likes me or whatever it is, right? Or I get bullied at school or, or I don't care about my future, I have depression or anxiety or I don't like talking to people, but I still need to talk to people, right? It's like you have all that. And you have to deal with all that as a teenager. And they have to deal with it after you're a teenager if it still continues. So college years can also be terrible for people. I've talked to college students who it's clear that they never got over their teenage angst. So it's because their situation never changed, right? You want a girlfriend, but you didn't get in high school, and you didn't get into college. You didn't get it in college, so oops. Life sucks. And then, I've met the 40-year-olds, guys, who still have the teenage angst because they still have never had a relationship. They've still never been loved. And so they never graduated from that high school mentality because they never got the chance to, because life never changed for them. Life never got better for them. So, I don't know. It's sad. It's like, and the thing is, the rest of society will just push those people to the side. Oh yeah, they're incels, they're too radical. Their opinions don't matter. Oh, it's easy to get a girlfriend, they have nothing to worry about if they would just be better people, Throw all the excuses at them that you want. It doesn't dismiss their suffering. So you don't even have to have an opinion about the whole incel culture to recognize that these people suffer. And they suffer under these conditions. So I don't know. It's just I don't want to fall into that trap where, I'm gonna turn out like that because it's a life of suffering. It's a life of not like how are you supposed to get through that? Is it the fate for the few people to suffer and die so that the majority can keep living the status quo? Is that the world that God wants for us? Is that the fate that is just bestowed upon those people? So I'm trying to avoid that, but who freaking knows? Who knows if I can? Anyway, I've gone on long enough. I've gone on like 17 minutes over my time limit. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. This Call of Duty game is a little disappointing, but whatever, right? I'm not unknown to the feeling. I gotta finish this essay. I got a half an hour left, but I already did half of it. I mean, technically, I could just BS this other half, and then I'm doing it on social context, so I pretty much just read most of the stuff. So I just gotta come up with some BS to write, and then just turn this assignment in, and then I'll be good. And then, yeah, after I turn this in, then I'll get next week's work. So, but yeah, guys, that's gonna do it for me. I hope you all enjoyed. I hope you all had a good weekend. Yeah, guys. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna do a stream this week. It would probably be on like Wednesday or something, but I don't know. I don't know if that's really like appropriate or if anyone would watch. But yeah, anyway, I felt like I missed a lot of streaming time this week, or this weekend. So yesterday and Friday. So I was gonna make that up with a Wednesday stream, but I don't know if that'd be a good time to stream or not. So I'm still undecided about that. So we'll see. But if so, then I'll see you all Wednesday. If not, then I'll see you all Friday. But yeah, we'll see. I have to still mull it over. But I have the time for it. But yeah, anyway, guys, with all that said, that is going to do it for me today, guys. This has been Big Pasta Gaming. You guys have been Little Pasta watching, and I will see you all next time. Ambiguous, within the week, obviously. But yeah, good night, everybody. Sayonara. Take care, everyone. Hope you all have a good week this week. I hope you all get your sleep. Get your sleep and stay safe. Those are the important things. So yeah, good night, everybody. Take care. Sayonara. Bye bye. Peace. Jenna. Sayonara. Mooya. Good night, everyone. Take care. Bye bye. Big pasta out. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba ba. Kiwi. You want food? I gotta take care of her. Ah, shit. She's gonna have to wait. Good night, guys.